30 seconds. Thank you. Meredith, we got Teresa and Jazz online yet? They're there. Okay, thanks, sir. Most. Sorry, Meredith and Sarah, almost. Okay. Meredith, Sarah, we good? Recording in progress, so to speak. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Zoning Adjustment for June 10th, 2026. I see I've got my two fellow board members online. Good morning, Teresa and Jazz. Thank you for coming online with us today. Before we start, I'd like to thank city staff who prepared cases on your behalf. They worked very hard for that. And more importantly, I'd like to thank my fellow board members who volunteer their time twice a month, most of the day, cut off from their real jobs to come down here and hear your cases. We're very experienced at it. And I want to thank them personally for their time and volunteerism. We serve at the pleasure of the mayor. But before we begin to review cases, Sarah, please tell us about the procedures of the day.
Good morning. I will describe the procedures for today's hybrid meeting. First, for those joining us today online, please know that there are two categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are board members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who is interested in a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know that you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request a promotion to panelist. You will need to accept the promotion in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. If you are joining us via the Zoom app on a smartphone or computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. If you are calling in on a phone line, you cannot adjust your screen name. It appears as your phone number. You can still provide testimony by raising your hand when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. At the time of promotion, you must turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda. The merits of each case are not to be discussed in the chat box. For everyone joining us today in person, please approach the microphone on the podium located to the left of the seating area when it is appropriate to give testimony. Applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is announced. Everyone planning to testify must sign in on the sign-in sheet that's in the vestibule. If you are in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. All public testimony, both in person and virtual, is subject to the following rules. The BZA secretary or the designated representative will identify you when it is time for you to speak. You must be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Please provide your full name and address when you are sworn in. Everyone, board members, city staff, and members of the public, needs to speak closely and clearly into the microphone. The BZA has set time limits for all testimony during its meeting. These time limits are 15 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for presentations by applicants, 2 minutes for testimony by individuals, and 5 minutes for testimony by persons representing an organization, such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. You will hear an alarm when your allotted time is over. Please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear the alarm. We ask that there be no repetitive or irrelevant testimony. If you wish to admit exhibits, you need to have your exhibits ready on a jump drive or ready to share on your screen, and email the exhibits if they are admitted to the assigned planner. The Board of Zoning Adjustment may take breaks during the day. These are typically taken around 10:30 a.m. in the morning, and those are all of our procedures.
Thank you, Sarah. Before we start to review cases, I'd like to swear in all city staff will be presenting today. Anyone online today, Sarah, or just everyone in person today?
I think that everyone is here in person.
Here we go. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Sarah Copeland, I do.
Larissa Chambi, I do.
Matthew Barnes, I do.
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Alec Gustafson, I do.
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate that. Sarah, I'm going to turn it over to you to identify continuances and or dismissals for the day.
Continuances and dismissals begin with docket item number 3, case CD BZA 2026-51, a request to approve a variance to the maximum size of a wall sign in a residential district, plus any additional variances on about 5.37 acres generally located at 3200 Broadway Boulevard. We request this item be dismissed. Docket item number 5 is case CD BZA 2025-204, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to dumpster screening on the subject site on about 0.355 acres, generally located at 2926 Bellevue Avenue. Staff requests this item be dismissed. Docket item number 6 is case CD BZA 2025-205, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to the outdoor storage of commercial vehicles on the subject site in an R2.5 zone district on about 0.355 acres, generally located at 2926 Bellevue Avenue. Staff requests this item be dismissed. Docket item number 7 is case CD BZA 2025-206, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to the outdoor storage of construction equipment and demolition debris on the subject site in an R2.5 zone district on about 0.355 acres, generally located at 2926 Bellevue Avenue. Staff requests this item be dismissed. Docket item number 8 is case CD BZA 2025-207, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to the outdoor storage of commercial vehicles on the subject site in an R2.5 zone district on about 0.499 acres, generally located at 2938 Bellevue Avenue. Staff requests this item be dismissed. Docket item number 9 is case CD BZA 2026-14, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to dumpster screening requirements on about 0.9 acres, generally located at 2911 Bellevue Avenue. Staff requests this item be dismissed. And docket item number 10 is case CD BZA 2026-40, a request to appeal a notice of violation related to a used auto sales use on about 0.85 acres, generally located at 3901 North Wayne Street. The applicant has requested this item be continued to July 22nd, and that would be with fee.
Thank you. Is there any testimony on these continuances and or dismissals?
Good morning,
afternoon.
Mr. Chair. My name is Chris Maddox. I'm an attorney at Rouse, Fretz, White, Goss. Office address of 801 West 47th Street, Suite 500, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm here to testify on docket items 5 through 9 are all related. Specifically, item number 5 and item number 9, rather than being dismissed, I would request that it be continued for the sole reason that we were actually at CPC last week on a companion case to rezone this property. In order to determine what the height requirements are to build these dumpster enclosures, we need to know what the base zoning is going to be. Right now, it's R2.5, and we are requesting a rezone to DX, Downtown District. And so the continuance would allow us some certainty as to what the base zoning is so that we could then go out and comply with completion of the dumpster screening. The other 3 items, we're okay with dismissing. We have cleaned up the site. If the city would like to pursue enforcement on that, we're fine with that because those items have been addressed.
So again, your concerns are items 5 or docket numbers 5 and 9. Is that correct,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Maddox?
That's correct.
All right, staff, what's your opinion?
Larissa Chambi is the staff planner for these appeals.
Larissa, thank you for your comments.
I do. Larissa Chambi, City Planning and Development, and I do have some slides just to go over the timelines, if that's all right, for the appeals.
Sure.
Okay. This is just a quick overview on these appeals, and I'll start from the very beginning. These are located at 2911, 2938, and 2926 Bellevue Avenue. And I'll share my screen. Okay. So the properties did receive notices of violation. They were issued on December 3rd for a majority of the cases. Those are 204 through 207. And then on January 15th of 2026 for case BZA 2026-14. Those appeals are listed on the screen. They range from dumpster screening violations, location of construction equipment and degree on site, and then outdoor storage of commercial vehicles. And then there's an additional dumpster screening violation there as well. And so the applicant did apply for these appeals on December 15th within that 15-day timeframe. And then on January 23rd for that 2026 appeal, they also applied for their entitlement after discussing with staff. They applied on February 20th of 2026 for that rezoning without plan from District R-2.5 to District DX-2, and for an area plan amendment to help the rezoning align better with that area plan. Both of those received recommendations of approval on June 3rd of 2026 by the City Plan Commission. And their special use permit, which was heard on the same date on June 3rd, received a recommendation of denial from the City Plan Commission moving forward. So those two rezonings and area plan amendment are being processed through that ordinance request process. Staff would request dismissal since we can't enforce the zoning code while these appeals are pending. And so with that, the applicant or the property owner is able to continue operating their business. So,
Well, I think I would add, though, that if the cases are dismissed, the city can go straight to issuing tickets and citations for the violations related to anything that they have that we've appealed the notices on, which would mean that because we don't have a screened dumpster enclosure in place today, that they could come out and start issuing tickets, and each day is a separate violation. I don't think that makes sense when you think about what we have pending before the city in terms of approving a rezoning with different rules and different height requirements for these dumpsters. The minute that we would go out and build a dumpster enclosure, it would be obsolete once our rezoning is approved by the city. And so I think, in the interest of just common sense and courtesy, that we could continue the dumpster cases until we have final resolution of the rezoning.
And when do you anticipate that would be, Mr. Maddox?
Right now, that it's through CPC, it's going through the ordinance request process. My understanding is it takes usually 4 to 6 weeks to get the ordinance drafted. Then we'd be at NPD committee on the rezoning. Once the rezoning is done, we'd be at BZA for the special use permit. So we will be back before this body one way or another related to this case.
All right.
Chair, I would also admit Larissa's
Yes.
exhibit.
We didn't really hear anything, but that will be admitted that we've heard her testimony and slide presentation. Thank you. Ms. Otto, comments?
Mr. Chair, I have one question. So what is the city's position on council's concern about these tickets with these dismissals? Is the city, or will they take the position today in this hearing that they will not seek those kind of tickets? I mean, I understand the concern.
mean, Ms. Otto, I would take the position that we have no intention to issue citations until the rezoning is completed. But, you know, these appeals stay us from doing anything on the property. And given the fact that we are moving through the entitlement process and we know there's a lot of neighborhood concern, we would like to be able to, you know, do other things potentially with the property, and we can do nothing while these appeals are pending.
Okay.
So, Mr. Maddox, you heard comments from city staff that no tickets will be issued in your particular dumpster case.
That's great, but I don't think is the city inspector's office here today?
No, they are not.
So, I mean, unless it's coming from someone in the inspections department, my experience is oftentimes the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing.
Well,
Another question for staff. So if the board would wish to continue case 5 and 9 and dismissal of the other 3 matters connected to the site, does that not give the board inspection powers of everything else but the dumpster screening?
Our policy has been that an appeal stays everything related to enforcement.
Well, there's no, okay, I mean, these are 2 very specific cases. That's what I understand, but that would, I mean, is that just a policy? There's nothing in the ordinance that requires that?
The ordinance states that an appeal stays enforcement.
Of that issue though, counsel?
I'm not sure that it's written that specifically.
Okay, that's my question.
Well,
I'm just trying to understand if if the city has different latitude with this situation.
I think the facts of this case actually demonstrate that when we had 4 tickets that were issued in December, and then we had a 5th ticket that was issued on January 15th, there was nothing about the appeal of those first 4 tickets that prevented the city from enforcing a separate violation on a separate issue. So I believe that the stay is applicable only to the specific address and the specific code citation identified in the notice of violation.
When was the appeal of the first 4 filed?
The first 4 appeals were filed on December 15th of 2025. And then the last appeal was filed on January 23rd of 2026.
Oh, I guess I thought those were the dates that they were issued, that the citations were issued.
The citations were issued on December 3rd for the 2025 case numbers, and then on January 15th for that 2026.
And they were on
Case number.
separate parcels.
Oh, they're on,
Separate
okay, so they're on separate parcels. That's
Correct.
Right, and yeah, and that's a good point, because, you know, the 9 and 5 address 2 separate addresses, 8, 7, and 6, right? Are not related. Well, I guess 6 and 5 are related, but outdoor storage of commercial vehicles is a very different violation than a dumpster screening issue.
So if we were to continue 5 and 9, can we continue them with the stipulation that the city is capable of enforcing other violations on those parcels?
I don't think you need that stipulation because the code says the filing of a complete record of appeal stays all proceedings in furtherance of the action appealed. So it would only be the action that's being appealed that would be stayed. Any
Okay.
related proceedings.
Okay.
And you're only asking about 5 and 9, correct, counsel?
Correct.
all right, board members.
I'm one board member, but based on the language of the statute, I don't think that continuance would tie the hands of the city as it relates to the other cases. Does not seem that it stays all actions as to the property, which makes sense to me because you wouldn't want to allow a property owner to, you know, be non-compliant on other issues, so.
And I would expect if this applicant were to come back for any other violations that their argument would not be that because these were on appeal, those violations are improper based upon the conversations today. So based on that, Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that we dismiss dockets number 3, 6, 7, and 8 and continue docket number 10 to July 22nd with fee, and continue docket numbers 5 and 9.
Till, let's move it up to August. August 12 or August 26. Mr. Maddox?
I don't know. I think I will have to look and see. The ordinance timeline is what dictates
Oh.
the approval,
Let's
but
go August 26.
yeah, that'll be fine.
Yeah, so continuing dockets number 5 and 9 to August 26th.
I have a motion from Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
From second from Mr. Gorens. Thank you, Ms. Otto. Sarah, please call the roll.
Gorens,
Aye.
Otto,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, those matters are acted upon. Thank you very much. All right, starting with cases, I'd like to move up docket number 21 to our first case today. That's Connor Tomlin's. All right. Sarah, thank you for that
Is
consideration.
the applicant here? Or? Oh, okay. Docket item number 21 is case CD BZA 2026-73, a request to approve a variance to the side yard setback in an R6 district to permit an addition onto the residence plus any additional variances on about 0.5 acres generally located at 6627 State Line Road. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
See any hands?
We have no hands raised
All right.
online.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address. Please speak into the microphone.
I do. Pauline Siragusa.
Pauline or Ms. Saragusa.
Can you pull over the second mic?
Yeah, the second microphone is probably better. Drag it all the way over. There you
I
go.
do. Pauline Siragusa, 6627 State Line Road, Kansas City, Missouri, 64113.
Thank you very much. Ms. Saragusa, there is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I'd like to admit to hear your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes, you have my permission.
And no questions, right?
No question.
Great. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your left. Connor, please tell us about this case.
Sure. All right, today we have docket item 21, CD BZA 2026-00073, located at 6627 State Line Road in an R-6 zoning district. The variance request is to the interior side yard setback to permit expansion of a house plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site with a closer look outlined here in yellow. And then this is the site plan that was submitted on the right-hand side there. I've just zoomed in on the portion that we are looking at today to make it a bit more visible. And then I've just got a couple slides here of some existing images of the home itself, looking from State Line Road. And then there you can see the existing garage is side-loaded. The proposal is to expand the home and have a front-loaded garage there. So the variance request is a variance of 2 feet to the interior side setback within the infill lot and building requirement of 5 feet to permit an interior side setback of 3 feet on the subject site. Again, that's a 2-foot variation or a 40% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as other properties within the neighborhood appear to meet the interior side setback criteria per parcel viewer analysis. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, such as reducing the width by 2 feet to meet that 5-foot setback requirement. That's all I have. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions? Did you say there might be another exhibit, Mr. Tomlin?
Yes, I got sent an exhibit for testimony from the neighborhood association that is attached to Compass KC for board review.
Right. And was that accepted, or did they like the proposal, or was it against?
It was in favor.
Okay, great. And notarized as probably it should be.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tomlin. All right, Ms. Siragusa, why should we grant your request today?
Both my neighbors from the south and the north have given me notarized letters that they approve of my variance of 2 feet. One of the big things is there's a 100-year-old tree that is right there that we would really like to preserve. And if we set our garage back 6 feet and then over 2 feet, which the variance would only be for the 2 feet, I think we'd be able to get in and out of the garage without taking down the tree. We're a really big Italian family, and I would like for my current garage to be my new kitchen. And in our neighborhood, all the kitchens are really small.
Yep.
And so it would just,
So the
Thank-
Italians want a bigger kitchen. Is
the
that what I hear you
Italians want
saying?
a bigger kitchen.
Right. And I like the idea of you preserving the tree. You know, that's always good for the environment and for the aesthetics of the neighborhood as well. So thank you for that. Board members, do we have any other questions of Ms. Siragusa? Hearing none? Hearing none? Any motions, maybe?
I have a motion, You're on.
Ms. Otto, go ahead. Thank
Sure,
you.
Mr. Chair, in case number, in case number 73, I move that the board grant the requested variance as stated in the staff report and the site plan.
Thank you, Ms. Otto. I have a motion. Do I have a second from somebody? Second from Mr. Gorens. Please call the roll.
Gorens,
Aye.
Otto,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with that Italian kitchen. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys very much.
Right. Sarah, it's up to you. Where will we go next?
Docket item number 1 is case CD SUP 2026-23, a request to approve a special use permit in District R2.5 on about 3.7 acres generally located at the southwest corner of Wallace Avenue and Wilson Avenue, allowing for an addition to an existing school. Matt Barnes is the staff planner for this case. Sarah Knight has her hand raised online. I'm going to promote her to panelist. If you are a member of the public who is interested in speaking on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We have no other hands raised online.
Right. Taking me a second, excuse me, while I catch up to that case. All right, Matt, just a second. Thank you. Okay, there we go. So Sarah, who's raised their hand online?
Sarah Knight.
Okay, Miss Knight, can you hear us? Can you turn on your camera and microphone? I think I see you there.
Yes,
Great. Good morning to you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do along with your name and address.
I do. Sarah Knight, 11827 West 112th Street, Overland Park, Kansas, 66210.
Great. Sarah, there's a list of administrative exhibits that we need to admit for your case today. They are labeled 1 to 9. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Great, those are admitted. Part of that presentation is by Mr. Barnes. Please tell us about the case, Matt.
Hey, good morning. Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development. Give me 1 second to load this up. Okay. Here with docket item number 1, which is a special use permit for International Academy Edition. Site is generally located at 414 Wallace Avenue. That is in the 4th Council District in the Riverfront Industrial Area Plan. Way on the eastern side. It's east of 435 there. Here's a closer view yet. You can see 435 running north-south just to the west there, and the site highlighted in yellow. The city boundary is just to the east. Here is looking where the addition is proposed, looking west from Wallace Drive at the existing school. And here's just kind of looking southwest from the intersection of Wallace and Wilson. This addition will be kind of at the far side of the screen there. So a special use permit is required for any civic use within a residential zoning district. The applicant is proposing a 1,400 square foot addition, which will consist of 2 stories highlighted in red on the site plan there. On that site plan, everything in blue is part of the existing school, which is set to remain. This new addition will serve as a new entrance, which will help increase security and kind of serve for offices and such. They do not expect any increase in enrollment. And they also are adding some ADA accessibility to the playground kind of at the northwest side of the site, circled in yellow. So the new addition is proposed to be of a brick facade. They are adding some accent banding to kind of match the existing structure. They'll also include metal coping and some burnished concrete block. On the south elevation, there's this large wall that they are including some landscaping, but they worked with staff and they're going to be adding a future mural kind of shown there, highlighted in red on that wall to kind of increase the appearance. They are showing landscaping in conformance with 88425, which will include shrub screening, street trees, etc. With that, the applicant did hold public engagement meeting on May 21st. They had no attendees. At the City Plan Commission, they recommended approval with conditions, and I can take any questions.
Board members, any questions to Mr. Barnes? Seeing none. Ms. Knight, why should we approve your request today?
Yeah, this addition is going to help the school. It will be providing a cafeteria and just helping the school function much better in their current space with this very old building. And so we ask that you approve this special use permit for this building addition.
Okay. Ms. Knight, do you have any problem with the recommendations from City Planning Commission in your case?
No, we agree to all the conditions.
All right. All right, board members.
Chair,
any
I'll
other
make
questions?
a motion.
Oh, sure, Mr. Hayes, go ahead.
On docket item 5, case 23, I move that we grant the special use permit in accordance with site plan staff report and the conditions therein.
So that sounds, do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Ventura.
Gorens,
Aye.
Otto,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, your project is approved, Ms. Knight. Thank you for coming before us.
Thank you.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Docket item number 2 is case CD SUP 2026-24, a request to approve a special use permit to allow the expansion of a used vehicle sales business in an M1-5 zoning district on about 0.427 acres, generally located at 1031 through 1035 North Kansas Avenue. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicant here in person. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We have no
Any
hands
hand?
raised.
No
online.
hands? Great. Good morning, gentlemen. Everyone, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address. Let's start with you first.
I do. Jim Sullivan, Sullivan Palmer Architects, 8621 Johnson Drive, Merriam, Kansas.
Address?
Go ahead.
Amir Abbas, address 1035 North Kansas Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64120.
I do. Yasser Abdullah, 1035 North Kansas Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64120.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Mr. Sullivan, or who's speaking on the case today of the three of you guys?
Hopefully we'll all do some speaking, but I'll probably start off.
Okay, that's great. There are lists of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we'd like to admit for your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
No, we
And
don't.
do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Alec to your left. Please tell us about the case, sir.
Okay. Morning Commission, Alec Gustafson, Development Management Division. This is docket item number 2, CD SUP 2026-24, KC Metro Auto Sales SUP. The site is located at 1031 North Kansas Avenue in the northeast, just south of the river. It's along North Chestnut Trafficway and North Kansas Avenue. You can see the two properties that we're looking at outlined in yellow here. It's all zoned M1-5, and the property to the south with the smaller rectangle highlighted in yellow is the expansion of this used vehicle sales lot. Some case history. This began basically with a new building permit for the structure to be placed on the south portion of the lot. That building permit was held to be under review until the special use permit was approved. This is a view of the property from Gardner Avenue on March 2026. A view from North Kansas Avenue, March 2026. And then this is a view of the expansion site from North Kansas Avenue from March 2026. These are the site plan and the landscape plan. They are proposing a cedar wood fence along the southern border of the new expansion lot, basically screening the used car vehicle sales from the residential uses that are still zoned M1-5 to the south. They're also proposing some existing street trees to remain, and then just an expansion of the building, adding it to the south, and some wrought iron fencing. Our approval criteria that I just wanted to touch on are criteria B and E. B is this special use permit in the interest of public convenience, and will it not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community? And in the staff report, I said that the current use of the property is a used vehicle sales lot. It's been continuous operation since at least 2012, as referenced by our orthographic imagery that we can look at on Parcel Viewer. And it's seen some quality improvements over time by expanding the current use, and thereby expanding the landscaping and screening, and using wood fence along the residential adjacent border to the south, and wrought iron along North Kansas Avenue, continuing that wrought iron. The site is being improved. The proposed expansion is in the interest of the general public, and we would consider this a positive impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood and community. And then criteria E is, will this special use permit not have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort? And I just said, in continuing the current use of the subject site, the property will not have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort. We also have, these conditions were the conditions that we had during the City Plan Commission hearing. I highlighted 4 conditions during the City Plan Commission hearing. Number 5, which was all lots 1035 and 1031 North Kansas Avenue are to be combined prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. Those can be combined by deed. Condition number 7 was the special use permit shall expire after 2 years upon the issuance of a disposition letter. Upon that expiration date, the applicant must renew their special use permit. And then I had condition number 8, the operating characteristics such as hours of operation, noise, and traffic generation notes must be placed on the cover sheet of the site plan prior to this hearing, BZA, on the 10th of June. And then we also had a condition from the police department, basically talking about the certificate of occupancy and how they need a lighting plan should be submitted, that should show at least 20-foot candles to control light trespass, pollution, and consideration of lighting guards may be needed. This was all to be done prior to the C of O, so they have time to do that. These were the conditions that existed during the City Plan Commission hearing. What I'm showing now on the screen is the conditions after City Plan Commission hearing. The City Plan Commission proposed that condition number 7 be changed from the special use permit being after 2 years upon the issuance of a disposition letter to now the special use permit shall expire after 2 years upon the issuance of a temporary C of O. Just so that gives the applicant more time to operate and hold their special use permit and get their temporary certificate of occupancy. And then condition number 8 was also met by the applicants in between the city plan commission hearing and this hearing today. So that will be scratched when I send out the final disposition letter. With all of that, the city plan commission recommended approval with conditions. As I just said, these would be the conditions that we'd be moving forward with. And if you have any questions or anything else that you would like to add, I'm happy to hear.
Okay, thank you, Alec. Questions?
Alex, there's houses right behind it.
Yes, let me go. So I didn't get a view of the larger area. I could pull up parcel viewer if you, oh.
And Alec, that'll be exhibit number 10 once you pull up the parcel viewer, if that's what you're doing.
You would like me to pull up parcel viewer?
That would be.
Okay, I just thought I saw some houses.
There are some residential structures to the south of these lots. They are still zoned M1-5, but we consider the wood fence, 6-foot wood fence screening to be adequate to screen those.
Going to be any mechanical work?
Mr. Sullivan, you can't shake your head. You gotta say yes or no, sorry.
Sorry, I apologize. No, there would be no mechanical work.
All right, thank you.
Or junk cars or anything like that? It's going to be any junk cars you bring in and store them back there?
Oh, no, you should look at the lot. There's a lot of nice cars there.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sullivan, I'm sorry, any other questions from board members? Mr. Sullivan, why should we grant your request today, sir?
You should grant a request because this KC Metro Auto is an existing business that's been in operation for many years. Through their diligence and hard work and the quality of the operation that they run, they are willing to expand their operation to the lot, that 1031 lot to the south, where they're going to place additional cars for sale and for a small 24 by 30-foot building. They plan on meeting substantially all the requirements of staff. They currently have a wrought iron fence that goes around the street facade, a screen fence that goes around, against the alley, and then we'll be putting up the cedar fence, the 6-foot cedar fence against the residential. So we see no issues with or any problems with that development. One issue that I'd like to discuss is 20-foot candles of light level. 20-foot candles inside of a building is not a lot. 20-foot candles on the exterior at night is a huge amount of light. We do a lot of swimming pools, and the criteria for swimming pools at night is 15-foot candles, and that's so you can see the bottom of the pool. So 20-foot candles is a huge amount. We propose 5-foot candles. The minimum for a typical parking lot is 1-foot candle, as you probably know. 20-foot candles would attract every bug in town. We request that that be lowered.
You say swimming pools?
Swimming pools.
Going to sell swimming pools there too?
No, I was just trying to compare the light
okay.
level of a swimming pool to this 20-foot candles.
Staff, what's your comment on that?
That was a condition by the police department, Officer Krebs. He, I don't believe, is in the hearing today. I would say that that would need to be something that they work out with him.
I would note that 88-37202, the standards for used vehicle sales requires that lighting be provided at a minimum of 1 foot candle, a maximum of 25.
Okay,
And that's, so Officer Krebs is requesting something that is permitted by ordinance.
right.
How, can I ask a question about the lighting of Mr. Sullivan? How is that 20-foot level going to affect the home at the rear? I mean, is that going to be a lot of light pollution into their home at night?
Well, as noted by staff, we would need to put some baffles on the light fixtures to make them cutoff fixtures to control the light outside of the site, which we will do. With 20-foot candles on a small site like this is not a very big piece of property. In order to generate 20-foot candles, you need to have a lot of light, and it would be hard to control. So that's another one of our fears.
Mr. Sullivan, on the existing lot, what would be the foot candles would you estimate today
Oh,
on the existing?
Yeah, we are on the building, around the building, and like 5 or 6 hundreds are light over there.
Right.
Sorry, could you repeat that into the microphone?
There is a lot of light around the building, around 7 or 6, something like that. It's too much light, actually.
and would that be street lights that would
No,
contribute
not
to
with
that?
no, without the street light.
I see.
Only the with the street light is is very good. It's too much light.
All right, board members, what's your thoughts on on item 12 of the staff report from CPC talking about 20-foot candles?
I'm one board member. This is a very small lot. And because I understand the baffles can change things, but my understanding of that kind of level of lighting, that's going to make that place very, very bright. What's the crime level in the area? I'm trying to understand why the police officer might have recommended this. Has the applicant experienced high level of crime on their lot?
No, it's nothing. No, I'm there around 16, 15 years. Nothing happened over there. Sometimes I hear something behind my building. It's not close, but behind, it's safe area. I never seen any problems over there.
Right. I'm just one board member, but his existing property is well lit. I would think we don't need number 12 as part of the approval because he will keep his lot well lit. He's been there for what, 12, 15 years with no crime. So I'm not sure we need to light him up like a stadium for that small area. So I'm just one board member though.
Well, I would say, based on what council has said, it has to be within 1-foot candle up to 25, correct? So, I guess I would want some assurance that they're within what's required. So I'm assuming someone can testify that what is there, what would be added would be within the at least 1-foot candle.
1 to 25, actually, Ms. Otto.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So I want to make sure that we have evidence of what that is before we remove the condition completely.
Yeah, and just for clarification, we would still, even if the condition were removed completely or the foot candles were taken down to a different level, we would still require an outdoor lighting plan as required for all special use permits.
All right.
Okay.
They have a lighting plan?
Not right now.
But part of the approval, you'd have to have it, right, Alec?
Well, that's what the condition was saying was before certificate of occupancy, we would need a lighting plan that shows 20-foot candles.
So what I would suggest based on what Alec is saying, then if the board doesn't like the 20-foot candles, that we leave condition 12 in, but remove the middle sentence. So you have the first sentence of 12 and the last sentence of 12, but the middle sentence would be removed.
Yes, I see that.
They did submit a lighting plan. I'm sorry, I submitted the staff report before we got the new site plan, but we do have a site plan, a photometric plan.
And what does it show, Alex?
It shows 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, all along the south border, nothing over 20. I think the highest I see is 0.9 on the edge of the building. I will add this to the case and Compass KC as well so that everyone can look
That'll
at
be
it.
exhibit number 10, I believe. So Alec, I think I heard staff say that you need at least 1 foot candle, correct? And the photometric plan that she submitted is in the 0.1, 0.5, not even to.
It does show 1 foot candle in some areas as well.
All right.
I'm also looking at that. I see a maximum of about 7.8 foot candles next to the light fixture. And it obviously drops down as it goes away from that.
Ms. Otto, I do like your recommendation on, the first and last sentence.
And yeah, I still think we should, I mean, they still have to comply, right? So with the ordinance. So if they don't have at least the 1 foot at all locations on the property, I guess that that probably needs to be addressed.
Yes, our photometric shows an average of 1.33 and for the site. And yeah, it's that level is less in some areas of the site.
So does the ordinance allow an average calculation, or does it have to be 1 foot candle over the entire property?
They're looking at that now, Ms. Otto?
We have a requirement for that there can't be spillover lighting. But we don't expect that the amount of lighting on the edge of the property be the same as the amount of lighting on the interior. The standard for used vehicle sales sets a minimum and a maximum for and it references proper security lighting, but also says that the lighting plan has to meet the standards of 88-430, which is specific to outdoor lighting. I'm not sure if this answers your question.
So when I read it, just to sort of close this circle, the officer's recommendation is a little bit vague, in my opinion. He's basically saying that the average maintained level is 20 foot, right? But the way that's worded isn't telling me that's exactly what he was requiring. He was just almost providing information. And I think that vehicle display lots, some of them are much larger in size than this one, right? And in a different type of environment. So I'm one board member, but I feel like the modification of number 12, making sure that the requirement is they comply with the appropriate ordinances as it relates to light, foot candle light levels. And then their lighting plan would have to be approved on that basis, but I'm one board member.
That makes sense to me.
I can make a motion if there's no other questions.
Seems kind of quiet. Go ahead, Ms. Otto. Thank you.
Right. In case number 24, I move that the board approve a special use permit subject to the staff report and subject to the conditions in the plan condition reports with the following exceptions: that condition 8 is already satisfied based on testimony today, and that exhibit 12, that condition 12 be revised as follows: that prior to obtaining a certificate of occupancy, a lighting plan should be submitted that shows lighting staying compliant with 88-430-05-C to control light trespass pollution. The consideration of light guards may be needed, but that the second sentence of that be deleted as a requirement.
All right, thank you, Ms. Otto. Do you have a second to that?
Second.
Second, Mr. Ventura.
Gorens,
Aye.
Otto,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Project is approved. Thank you for coming before us. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank all of you.
Thank you.
Jumping to number 4, it looks like. Docket 4.
Docket item number 4 is case CD BZA 2026-71, a request to approve a variance to setback requirements in an R 0.5 zoning district to permit an addition onto the Don Bosco Community Center on about 1.19 acres generally located at 580 Campbell Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. And we have the applicant here. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We don't have any hands raised online.
Right, perfect. Second here, I'm sorry, do you get caught up just for a second? I apologize again. All right. Hello, Mr. Minto. Good to see you again.
How are you?
Good morning. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address. Paul, let's start with you.
I do. My name is Paul Minto. I'm an architect with Urban Prairie Architectural Collaborative, and our address is 1153 Southwest Boulevard in Kansas City, Kansas.
I do. My name is Liz Zenai. I'm the development director at the Don Bosco Center, and our address is 580 Campbell Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64106.
Great. Paul, are you going to be speaking at least initially on the case? Or?
Yeah, I'll say a few words after the staff makes their presentation.
All right. We first got to admit the exhibits associated with your case, labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
No, we're fine.
And do we have your permission to admit them?
Yes, you do.
Thank you very much. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. To your left, Connor, please tell us about it.
Okay, today we have docket number 4, CD BZA 2026-00071, located at 580 Campbell Street, which is an R-0.5 zoning district. The variance request is to the lot and building standards within the R-0.5 district to permit an addition to the structure plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site, with a closer look at the site here outlined in yellow. So here are the proposed plans with the addition there. On the corner of the building, you'll see it here zoomed in a little bit better, easier to read. The building setback off of the street side there is 13 feet, and then 20 feet there off of the Campbell side. Or I'm sorry, Charlotte. And then these are some elevations that were also provided to show what that might look like. Some additional elevations here. So the variance request is a variance of 2 feet to the side setback when abutting a street to permit a side setback of 13 feet on the subject site. Again, that's a 2-foot change or 13.33%. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The existing structure currently sits 13 feet from that side setback when abutting the street. The addition creates a loss of the nonconformity that originally allowed it to stand at 13 feet from the south property line. The proposal today is a continuation of that wall at 13-foot setback. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, such as moving that addition 2 feet back to meet the 15-foot. However, that could cause a loss of nonconformance for the remainder of the building, and a variance would be required for that 2 feet. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Tomlin?
Yes, Connor, there's an emblem that's not a part of today's application, correct?
No, are you talking about on the elevation here?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, so the proposed stone emblem is to be reviewed as a separate sign permit application and would be subject to 88-445.
Okay, thank you.
All right. No other questions. So Paul, why should we grant the request today?
Well, we appreciate the opportunity to even be here in front of you. I think this is a great chance to take a neighborhood diamond and allow it to shine a little bit more. As you know, the center has been an anchor in the neighborhood for quite a while, and its success is sort of self-evident. This expansion will actually allow them to provide more facilities for the neighborhood than they currently have, which is, I guess, kind of a mixed blessing. But the building will get slightly larger, so it'll be able to accommodate more people and provide more help to the neighborhood. And B, the other thing is, this kind of takes what I would say is not exactly the most attractive corner of the building and allows us to add some light and life there. So as you move into the neighborhood, it actually, I think, adds an element of human scale and activity that's not there now. And then the third thing, it sort of hides what is sort of technically the back of the building from the people coming from the south. So it affords more neighborhood amenity. It as continuation of an already handsome building, and it provides a little gateway to the neighborhood and sort of hides the back door. So I think it's a win-win and a win and a win.
Thank you. Liz, some comments from you?
Sure, just to piggyback on what Paul said, Don Bosco's been around since 1940 at the original building at Missouri and Campbell. And the senior center opened in 1990, which doesn't seem like that long ago, but 36 years, we've started to see the wear and tear of it. And as given the current climate, the increase in need of clients that we serve has begun to grow. We feed 650 seniors a free meal every single day. In addition to a plethora of other things, this will also allow us to expand our exercise area to create that healthy lifestyle and maintain independence for seniors to age in their homes as long as possible. And we feel very fortunate. Don Bosco has a phenomenal support system from the Columbus Park neighborhood. And at the neighborhood meeting, they all voted unanimously to have this addition happen. And they are grateful for the services that we're able to provide.
Thank you, Liz. Board members, some questions or comments? Motion, anybody? Got green flags next to what Connor had recommended, so it looks like a pretty minor variance request.
Yeah, I have a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Ventura.
As to docket number 4, case number 00071, I move that we grant the requested variance in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Gorens,
Aye.
Otto,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. Your project is approved. I donate stuff to Don Bosco every now and then, so you're doing great for the
We
community.
appreciate you guys.
All right, see you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Jumping to number 11, yep.
Commissioners or board members, we would request to skip number 11. We advised the applicant to arrive at 10:30, and so they're not quite here yet. Could we move on to
Sure.
number 12?
Well, 12's continued. No, it's not. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, 12 is great.
Okay. Well, you have to give Connor just a
Connor in the
minute.
background. So
Docket item number 12. It's case CD BZA 2026-72. A request to approve a variance to the maximum footprint of a detached garage in a UR district, plus any additional variances on about 0.17 acres, generally located at 2455 Tracy Avenue, and Connor Tomlin is the staff planner. We have the applicant here. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
any hands?
We have no hands raised online.
Great. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say, I do, along with your name and address.
I do. My name is Beth Nybeck. I live at 3017 DeGroff Way, Kansas City, Missouri, 64108.
Thank you, Beth. There are lists of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that are associated with your case. Do you have any questions on those?
I do not.
Okay, great. Do we have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin to your left.
All right, today we have docket item 12, CD BZA 2026-72, located at 2455 Tracy Avenue within a UR district. The variance request is to the accessory structure lot and building standards to permit the footprint of a detached accessory garage to be larger than 800 square feet plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site, closer here outlined in yellow, located in Beacon Hill. This is the site plan that is proposed. You'll see that detached garage in the rear off of the alley. These are the elevations, and you'll see that from the alley view, it'll look as 1 story, and then with the grade change, it appears as 2 stories in the backyard. And these are just some pictures that were submitted of the site and alley as it currently exists. So the variance request is a variance of 162.5 square feet to the maximum footprint of 800 square feet for a detached accessory garage to permit a footprint area of 962.5 square feet on the subject site. Again, that's 162.5 square feet, or roughly a 20% change. I do want to note that this total is different from the staff report. There was a calculation error when the staff report was drafted. So what I've got in the presentation here is the accurate figures. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as garages exceeding the maximum footprint size don't appear abundant within the neighborhood per strictly a visual analysis on the Kansas City, Missouri parcel viewer utilizing the measure tool. And then the difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, such as reducing the overall footprint of the accessory structure. And I do want to clarify, generally the board does not review variances to your districts. However, this specific request is to a Chapter 88 requirement and is not bound to the approval of that UR plan.
Okay.
And that concludes my presentation.
All right. Questions of Mr. Tomlin, Connor? So again, Connor, you're asking for, or the applicant's asking for a 20% increase.
Yeah, so when I ran the numbers yesterday, it came out to 20.31%.
Great, thank you. Board members, any questions of Mr. Tomlin? All right, why should we grant your request today, Beth?
Good morning. Thank you for hearing my case. My name is Beth Nybeck, and my husband, Justin Huey, and I are going to be building a house in the Beacon Hill neighborhood at 2455 Tracy. And we are seeking this variance not because we want a huge garage, but because our site plan is restrictive in the topography. And so we've worked really hard to work with the grade and with the requirement for alley access in the Beacon Hill neighborhood. We're trying to reduce the concrete footprint and save that green space within the house, between the house and the garage. And we've run an evaluation and a couple different case studies as to what it would take to get that 800 square footprint. Right now, the garage is built to its maximum width on the site plan due to the significant slope from the front to the rear. There's a 10-foot drop in elevation there, as you can see on the site plan. And so if we are able to stay at the maximum width, we are able to kind of retain soil there. If we narrow the garage, then we'll be building retaining walls on the side of the garage. And if we keep it at the exact width of 38 feet 6 inches and like decrease the depth, then you're unable to park a car in the garage. It becomes an unusable space at that point. Over the weekend, we had a chance to walk through the neighborhood, meet our new neighbors, and talk to them about the variance and see if anybody had any questions, concerns, or input that they would like to share. We're really excited. It's a fun community that's over there, and nobody raised any questions. There was a concern. I don't know how it happened, but I'm a small business owner, and my LLC name got put on the letter that went out to the neighbors. And so there was concern that maybe the garage was going to be commercial use space. And so that was the only concern that kind of popped up from the neighborhood. I have submitted through the KC Compass a letter from the ARC, the Architectural Review Committee in Beacon Hill, stating that this is a non-issue for them and they are excited about us moving in. Let's see, what else can I say here? What am I missing? One of the points on the review was that this garage will be a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood. The structure remains behind the home, accessed from the alley, and still a subordinate structure to the primary residence. It doesn't change the street-facing character of the property at all, and is not visible as a dominant feature. Do you want me to read the letter from the ARC?
no,
Okay, you've got
no.
access to it. Okay. For these reasons, I respectfully ask for you to approve our request today.
Well, it has no relationship. What business are you in that the neighbors are concerned about?
It was just my name was just listed on there. It was Beth Nybeck LLC is my business name. I'm a large scale metal sculptor. And so they wouldn't know that, but they were just concerned. The major concern, there's been a couple of issues with developers coming into the neighborhood and wanting to do like Airbnbs. And so with it being a detached garage it's a 2-story garage. The lower level is a mother-in-law suite for all of our families out of town. We have small kids, so we're excited to have people come and stay with us for a good chunk of time. But they were concerned that, is this going to be an Airbnb? Is this going to be a revenue stream for you guys? And the answer is it will not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Board members, questions?
I have a question about the garage. So you say it's 2-story. Does it have a basement? I'm trying to understand these plans.
Yeah, so you're going to, since there's such a significant slope in the lot, you'll drive in the alley access, you'll drive in and it'll look like a 1-story garage from the alley. But since it's such a significant drop, that lower level is sunken into the earth. So yes, there's a basement of the garage. It's a suspended slab. It's kind of a backwards garage than most. Most of the time, if you have a 2-story garage, you're driving in on the ground level and you have a space up above, and ours is just the reverse of that.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to understand. So it is
Yeah.
just 2 stories.
It is.
Part of it is beneath grade.
Absolutely. Yep. We're trying to work with the topography and the challenge of the lot as best as we can with these plans.
So the upper level is basically where you park the vehicles.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Question for the applicant. You said that that one of these stories was going to be a mother-in-law suite. Did I hear that correct?
Yes, it's not ADU. It's just bathroom and dwelling space, but there's no kitchenette in that space. That complicates things tremendously.
Yeah, that was going to be my question for staff, if they had evaluated whether this would qualify as an ADU and thus those standards.
Yes, I did. So when I reviewed the floor plan, there was not a kitchen or kitchenette included. So technically, it does not meet the IB requirements or the Chapter 88 requirements to be considered a full-fledged ADU.
Okay. Board members, any other questions? Comments and or motion?
I have a motion
Mr. Ventura,
on docket number 12, um, case number 00072. I move that we approve the requested variance in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Gorens,
Aye.
Otto,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is Bruce, Beth. Beth, good luck with it. Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
so very much.
Sarah, do we take another case before we jump back or,
I,
and we're going to take a break around 10:30, just FYI.
yes, I don't see Ross online. Okay. So yes, if we could go to 13.
13, okay.
Docket item number 13 is case CD BZA 2026-76, a request to approve a variance to the Boulevard and Parkway standards to permit off-street parking in the front of the subject site, plus any other needed variances on about 1.18 acres, generally located at 1512 Van Brunt Boulevard. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicant here. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands raised online.
Good morning, sir. Please
morning.
raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Philip Henning. The address is 9225 Indian Creek Boulevard in Overland Park, Kansas, Suite 1075. The zip code is 66208.
Thank you, Mr. Henning. There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
No, sir.
And do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Part of that's a presentation by Ms. Saldari to your left. Please tell us about Stephanie.
All right, good morning. We have docket item number 13, CDBCA 2026-76, located on 1512 Van Brunt Boulevard, zone R-1.5 and R-2.5. And the applicant seeks a variance to the Boulevard and Parkway standards to permit a surface lot to accommodate 2 proposed ADA parking spaces along the frontage of the subject site. And the subject site is located right over here. Highlighted in yellow is the site. And so this is the site plan. So currently all the parking is behind the building. And this gray area is where they are proposing those 2 ADA parking spots. And this is just that area zoomed in. So with the Boulevard and Parkway standards, any parking must be in the rear or the side of the building, and it must be set back 30 feet from the boulevard. And so it goes all the way up to the front. Or to the property line, I mean. And so these are photos of existing conditions. So you can see there is a pretty steep grade here. And then this is just like looking from the front of the property towards the back. And so we have one variance request today. So this is a variance of 30 feet to the Boulevard and Parkway standards to permit a 0-foot setback for a surface parking lot on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a complete deviation. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated because the setback of the proposed surface lot contradicts the Boulevard and Parkway standards, but due to the steep slope of the building, of the ground the building is on, it makes it difficult for visitors with disabilities to access the entrance on the building. There isn't an entrance, or at least there's no public entrance on the back of the building. So the surface parking lot is to the side of the building that will accommodate the ADA parking stalls.
Okay.
That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Any questions of Ms. Salderi?
Yes, Stephanie, what is the property that would be just above where this is? It looks like there's some containers stored on it. It's on Truman Road. Do you know what that is?
Let me share my screen again.
Or maybe the applicant can tell us what that is. I mean, it looks very industrial. I know it's Truman Road. Yeah.
Mr. Henning?
That is not affiliated with the Guadalupe Centers. I'm not for sure what those businesses are along the Truman there.
Okay. I mean, they look like truck containers, intermodal
Yeah.
containers.
I'm
So,
not sure like the history of it, if it was there prior to 2015 when the Boulevard and Parkway standards were adopted.
okay. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't in any way connected to the center. I didn't think it was, but I mean, that's on the boulevard, right? And this parking in the front yard is not gonna look like that. So anyway, just a comment.
Thank you, Ms. Otto. Okay, Mr. Henning, sorry. Why should we grant your request today, sir?
Well, this is an interesting case in the respect that you have all the parking on the rear of the building, which is approximately 14 foot lower than the front entrance. And with someone with disabilities, that's quite an issue. We've tried to study this project in different situations, trying to see how you could get a person with disabilities up to the front door, basically. And the other than doing like a large sidewalk with switchbacks, et cetera, that would almost look daunting to to me if I was in a wheelchair. We're trying to get them as high as we can and as close as we can to the front door, while still not deterring from, there's large trees out front. It's a nice area. We're trying not to detract from that. We're trying to keep it kind of off to the side, but yet allow someone with disabilities to access the front door. I don't want to say easily, but a lot easier than parking down below. So that is our request.
Okay. Seems pretty straightforward.
I have a motion if there's no questions.
Thank you, Ms. Otto. Go ahead.
In case number 76, I move that the board grant the variance as stated in the staff report and described in the site plan.
I have a motion of Ms. Otto. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Ventura.
Gorence,
Aye.
Otto,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. The project is approved, Mr. Henning. Thank you very much. I think we're going to take a 10-minute break right now, and we will be back at 10:35 a.m.
AM. Yep.
a.m. Yep.
It is AM.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks. All right. We're adjourned for the time being.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. It appears that the room is currently muted. I was unable to hear anything said.
Okay, we're working on that.
If you could recall the case.
We're good now.
Can you hear now, Brett?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Thank you.
here, we're going to recall the case.
Recall this case. Docket item number 11 is case CD SUP 2026-26, a request to renew a special use permit for an existing bed and breakfast on about 0.5 acres generally located at 426 Gladstone Boulevard. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner. We have the applicant here in person. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. And there are no hands raised online.
Right. Good morning. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Ross Wright, 426 Gladstone Boulevard, KCMO.
Thank you, Ross. And
I do. Angela Carol Brown, 426 Gladstone Boulevard, Kansas City.
thank you, Angela. Who's speaking on the case, Ross or Angela?
Oh, I guess you pointed to me, so I guess me.
Okay, that's fine. There are lists of administrative exhibits, usually labeled 1 to 9. They're associated with your case. Do we have your permission to admit those, or do you have any questions on those?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, great. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Saldari on your case. Stephanie, tell us about it.
Okay, we have docket number 11, CDSCP 2026-26. So this is a special use permit in an R 7.5 zoning district on 426 Gladstone Boulevard. And the subject site is located right over here. Highlighted in yellow is the subject site. This site might seem familiar because they came for an SUP for a bed and breakfast 3 years ago. So now they are renewing it. And this is what the building looks like. So nothing is changing, like there are no proposed changes to the site. Everything's remaining the same as approved in 2023. It meets all of the approval criteria. And the City Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, great. How long is the permitted renewal period for, Stephanie?
So the last one was 3 years. And then for this one, the City Plan Commission didn't give another expiration date. So it'll be up to the board if you like
Maybe
to keep it like this forever or
3 year or whatever. So we'll hear from the applicant. So any other questions so again, is it staff's position that we renew it for another 3-year term or a 5-year term?
no, staff is fine without an expiration date.
Oh, with no expiration.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Ross, why should we grant your request today, sir?
Okay. Well, we've been, since our last 3 years, we've been, having a pretty successful and business in this neighborhood that I think has improved the quality of the house by allowing a bed and breakfast to be there. It affords us the opportunity to constantly make improvements in the property, and which it's a 130-year-old house, so there's always improvements that need to be happening. And a lot of people who don't come to Kansas City come and visit, and they get to see this historic house and this historic neighborhood. And I think for goodwill purposes, I think it does kind of it's a little ambassador in some form, and also I think the stress on that, I think the big fear of bed and breakfasts in a neighborhood is that somehow it's going to be stressful on the neighborhood because of activity. And I think what I have found is that's kind of the opposite, actually, because, you know, we have maybe our average is maybe 3-4 days a week we have visitors, and we've vetted people very well to where it's the business, the people who come, they're here for some kind of function or family reunion or something, and so they're very low maintenance people, right? And when you have like families that live in a house, you know, they're there 24/7, and there's lots more cars, there's a lot more activity and a lot more stress on the neighborhood. So I think in a weird way, it's the opposite of what one would be the fear of. And so we've taken the stress out of the neighborhood, and that's, so those things are good things. And am I missing anything?
Go ahead, Angela.
Hi, Angela here. I'm the property manager, and I would just like to say, yeah, the business pretty much runs without incident. You know, we don't really encounter issues with the neighbors, and we're very strict about not allowing large parties to happen at the house. So we make our own efforts to keep it very low key, and we usually have pretty great guests.
Thank you.
Also, one other thing I was going to mention, the house, the nature of the house, because it's old and it's a big house, it's almost like curating a museum or something. It's not really a house that normal people would live in, if that makes any sense. I mean, it's not practical. So in this respect, it's kind of the most practical way of being. How do you practically function on impractical property? And so I think this is a functional way of doing that, because it you know, allows us to like keep the place curated and as a historic monument of some sort, you know.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Go ahead, Ms. Otto.
There appears to be some conditions that are attached to potential approval of this request. There are 6 of those. Does the applicant oppose those?
No, he agreed to them at CPC, but any concerns?
No, they're fine.
Okay.
All right. I know there's got to be a few other B&Bs on the boulevard, because we've seen some of those before us, I think.
There was one across the street. They moved, so they're not there anymore. So I think COVID kind of took them out, you know.
Right. All right, board members, any other comments or questions?
I have a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Ventura.
On docket number 11, case number 00026, I move that we renew the special use permit subject to the conditions from the CPC and in accordance with the staff report.
I have a motion for Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorence.
Gorence,
Aye.
Otto,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. The project is approved. Good luck with it. Thanks for coming before us today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, docket item number 14 is case CD BZA 2026-74, a request to approve a special exception to the maximum height of a fence in the front yard in an R2.5 district plus any additional variances on about 0.1 acres generally located at 3513 Thompson Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case, and the applicant is here in person. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. There are no, oh, well, let me check. Sorry, I'm distracted by
It's okay.
our cute attendee over here.
Yes.
No hands raised online.
For the virtual audience, Ms. Otto and Mr. Hayes, there is a infant child in the audience or sitting in the chairs. All right.
I can see that Mr. Hayes probably has one of those that he's dealing with himself.
Yes, I think you're right. All right. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Denise Martinez, 3513 Thompson Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64124.
I do. Marina Fierro, 3513 Thompson Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64124.
Thank you, Marina. And the little one, did he say I do? Okay. Use that version. There are lists of administrative exhibits as labeled 1 to 10 associated with your case today, Ms. Ramirez. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
No.
And do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin to your left.
All right, today we have docket item 14, CD BZA 2026-74, located at 3513 Thompson Avenue. This is an R-2.5 zoning district. The request is for special exception to permit a currently non-compliant fence in the front yard of the property. This is the general location of the site, with a closer look outlined here in yellow. And then this is the fence in the front yard that is before you today. And then I've got a couple additional pictures here just for context, and these images were, I took these from the compliance case files. Made a note there just to outline that. So the special exception request is a special exception of 2 feet to the maximum front yard fence height to permit a fence of 6 feet in height on the subject site per the applicant's submittal. That's a 2-foot deviation or a 50% change from the requirement. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as a 6-foot fence in the front yard does not match height nor material of existing fencing on the property or surrounding properties, and the difficulty could be obviated by reducing the fence to a compliant height of 4 feet. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions that the board may have.
Connor, looking back at, I think number 5, yeah, that one. So which one is the applicant's house?
It would be on the right-hand side. I'm just sharing my screen here really quick. So this would be the home, and then in this left image, it's this right here.
Okay, and so maybe this is a question for the applicant, but is the fence against the neighbor's house?
No.
Okay, it's just because of the weird angle of the photo.
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
All right. Any other questions of Connor? All right, Mr. Ramirez, how did this fence get built without the proper height?
I called back. I can't really recall, but it has to be somewhere between May and August of last year. And to ask to make sure what was the length height on the side of the front yard. They said we could do up to 6 feet.
Who'd you call?
311.
Did they send someone out, or did they just give you an answer over the phone?
They just gave me an answer over the phone.
Did you build the fence yourself, or did you have a
Yeah.
contractor?
No, I did it myself.
What are you trying to screen from the neighbor?
So we have toddlers, as you could tell. And so their dogs jumps over their fence. When they have gatherings or anything, they like to throw their trash on our property. And then they just like to cause problems towards us.
So, the fence, I see it goes back. It looks like it ends right around the porch area.
Mm-hmm.
Is there just no fence after that, or does it change directions?
No, there's no fence after that. We were currently, after we got the notice, we were trying to complete all the way through the
Oh, I
back.
see. It's not completed yet. I see. Okay. How did this come to us, Connor?
So there was a compliance case that ZDC 2025-857. I'm sure it was probably through 311 complaint, which then triggered an investigation by compliance officers, and it started a case, and they were informed that they could apply for special exception.
What kind of dogs does the neighbor have?
I don't know, they're kind of tall, white. Their fur's like really short.
I take it they're not friendly dogs.
Do you have a fence in front of your home?
Yes.
A chain link, it looks like. And that looks like around 4 feet.
Hey, miss, if you're saying yes or no, could you say yes or no, just for the court reporter to be able to transcribe it?
And drag the microphone
Yes.
closer to you too. There you go.
Yes.
Okay.
Why did you choose a wood fence?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Why did you choose a wood fence?
Because that's what we were planning to put through the backyard as well, for more privacy.
The 6-foot fence is allowed from the front of the house to the back, but not in the front yard where you are now.
Yes, and Mr. O'Connor explained that to me.
Right. And Ms. Ramirez, is it your intent to leave the chain link?
No, we were planning to switch this to a 4 feet wooden fence as well.
Where's your gate?
It's here on the right-hand side.
I will say, as one board member, I don't see a case here for allowing the 6-foot fence in the front yard. The applicant's able to build 6 foot all around the rear of the yard. It's unfortunate that they started in the front here. And I can understand issues with the neighbors and wanting some screening there. Perhaps the applicant could look into some landscaping or something like that to address some of those issues. But I think approving this 6-foot fence would not set a great precedent for 6-foot fences in the front yard in the city broadly.
I agree with my fellow board member, Mr. Hayes. I think that landscaping is probably the better option for the applicant. And otherwise, I think we're going to have walls built between all these houses, and that's not what we need.
Connor, you have in the staff report that a substantial change to the neighborhood is anticipated, but it's only a yellow flag. Is there context there?
I'm sure that I intended that to be red and just missed that.
I know sometimes it's just kind of like it changes colors. Just
Right. Yeah. No, that was intended to be red.
so
Just
there's no other fences in the area.
when I was on Street View, which was several years old for what it's worth, I did not see any, but I can't speak to the last couple of years that Street View is not updated.
I'm sorry, there is. There's 2 houses up the street from our house that has the same size fence.
In the front yard,
Mhm.
in the same way.
Yes.
It may not be approved.
Sounds like it's not.
Don't want to start that. We just.
No, I understand.
We already know about it. It's how a lot of this ends up happening.
Sometimes we've done 5 foot in the front yard. Sometimes, but not very often. Or we cut it down.
I'll make a motion to move things along and we'll see how it goes. On docket item 14, case 74, I move that we deny the applicant's request.
There's a motion by Mr. Hayes and a second by Mr. Gorens. Please call the roll.
Gorens.
Aye.
Otto.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ventura.
Nay.
Ebbets.
I say nay as well, but Hmm. So the motion on fence cases, it
It's
takes
three.
3 out of 5, doesn't it?
Right.
So that, got to cut the fence down, so to speak, to 4 feet.
Okay.
It,
In the front one,
now,
it has to be open.
no, it can be 4 feet, doesn't matter. But the thing is, she can take it 6 feet from the house back to the backyard.
I would make sure you work with city staff to ensure the specific location where you can start the 6 feet, just so that it's accurate. But it sounds like you're going to replace the front, and
Correct.
that can be 4 feet.
Mhm.
I would check with city staff. to
I
make sure.
can draw a detailed map for them showing what height can be where on the property.
Perfect.
And they could probably use the existing 6 foot in the backyard. So hopefully there'll be salvage some of the materials. All right. Thank you very much for coming before us.
You built a good fence though.
Thanks.
All right.
Docket item number 15 is case CD BZA 2026-61, a request to approve a variance to the maximum size of a monument sign in a B2 zoning district, plus any additional variances on about 1.5 acres, generally located at 8050 North Brighton Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. We have the applicant here. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. And we have no hands raised online.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning to you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Keith Roderick, Roderick Sign, 1621 Frederick Avenue, St. Joseph, Missouri.
I do. Alan Homebrecker, 14523 Northwest 74th Street, Parkville, Missouri, 64152.
Great. Who's speaking on the case?
Keith is.
Keith, okay. Keith, there's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those?
I do not.
And thank you. Do I have your permission to admit them? Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of the is a presentation by Mr. Connor Tomlin to your left. Connor, tell us about it.
Okay, today we have docket item 15, CD BZA 2026-61, located at 8050 North Brighton Avenue. This is a B2-2 zoning district. The variance request is to the height and advertising area of a monument sign, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site, located northeast of Gladstone, just south of 152. Closer look at the site here, outlined in yellow. The proposal today is to add a Sinclair sign atop the existing monument sign, which is increasing the height and advertising area. And then these are the measurements of the existing monument sign that were provided by the applicant. You'll see a note here that says the existing sign height would still require a variance. I'll touch on that here in just a moment. But the variance requested today is a variance of 6 feet, 1.5 inches to the maximum height of a monument sign to permit a monument sign at a height of 12 feet, 1.5 inches on the subject site, which is a 103% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, as the addition onto the sign would not have a detrimental impact to the neighborhood directly. However, it is still far from compliant. As I mentioned, this monument sign may still need a variance, whether this addition is allowed or not. The applicant's submittal and provided measurements. The sign was shown to be out of compliance already with the maximum monument height that is allowed. Conditions of the original final plan approval for the site subjected signage to comply with Chapter 88 requirements. And staff is uncertain if the sign was properly permitted, as we could not locate a permit. The difficulty could be obviated by placing the sign onto a different street frontage. And by that, I mean the Sinclair logo here. As one monument sign is permitted per street frontage, and they have looks like 3 street frontages here on this site. And that monument sign could be allowed up to 50 square feet. Alternatively, if branding is the primary concern of the applicant on the existing signage, a Sinclair logo could be added to the existing panel that's labeled a station here on the bottom. And then variance request B is a variance of 10.292 square feet to the maximum area of a monument sign to permit an area of 60.292 square feet on the subject site, which is about a 20.6% change. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The advertising area of the existing monument sign is compliant at 42.292 square feet per the applicant's submittal. Again, this proposal is to add a Sinclair logo on top. The difficulty could be obviated by placing the sign again onto a different street frontage, being its own monument sign. And same thing as prior. Alternatively, the Sinclair logo could be added to the existing advertising area where it currently shows the station. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions that the board may have.
So Connor, on request B,
Yes.
is request B made with the assumption that the Sinclair logo is on top of it?
Yeah, so that's including the existing advertising space and the 18 square feet that that the Sinclair logo is adding to that existing space.
Okay, so if what they're proposing would go on top,
Yes.
if they were to reduce that proposed addition by 10 square feet, no variance would be required.
They would have to be at
For
50
B.
square feet, right? So it'd be like, what is that, 7? No.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd have to be 50 square feet, so about 10 to 11 square feet.
So it could just
Smaller.
be smaller, and it wouldn't be by that amount, and it wouldn't be necessary for variance B.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, why should we grant your request today?
There's 4 different of these, the station locations, 2 in Parkville, 2 in Kansas City. The 2 in Parkville have been permitted and approved, so we're just trying to keep a uniform look for all 4 of the locations. As far as adding the Sinclair logo down below to the station panel, he's still remaining the station, and he doesn't want to lose, his brand recognition that he's built in the community. We just want to add this sign on top so people, understand and see that it's a Sinclair also, the fuel Sinclair also, because that's a brand recognition, people recognize Sinclair and know that they keep the stores nice, but he doesn't want to lose his brand of the station too.
Okay.
Are the other stores you're talking about, are those in Kansas City?
There's 2 in Parkville and 2 in Kansas City.
And where's the other one in Kansas City besides this one?
This
About.
one
It's the next
starts-
case.
It's the Nets chase.
Okay.
Is the sign permitted?
For Parkville?
No, this one. I think one of the things that was mentioned in the staff report was that they couldn't find the permit for it, for the monument sign.
Yeah, so looking through the permit history on the site, I'm not seeing. I see a permit from 2015 for an advertising sign. I can look into that real quick, but I don't believe that is for a monument sign. Give me just a moment.
That's when we built the store, so it would have been in 2015.
And it looks like the description on this one was for a wall sign, so it's not for that monument sign. And I'm not seeing any other sign permits from 2015 onward. And I did look into the final plan for the site to see if there was language in there. However, there was the language that all signage meets Chapter 88 requirements, so it would have needed a sign permit.
The covering on the gas station portion of this is pretty unique, it looks like. It's not kind of your standard cover. Is there no way to put the logo somewhere around or on that like other gas stations?
There's just not a whole lot of room there, and once you start shrinking down the letters so people can't read them, is something that we were thinking about. Not trying to make the wording so small to where you couldn't read it as you're driving by.
So Mr. Ventura said, so the covering above the pumps themselves, what is that material? What is that?
Above the pumps,
Yes.
the actual gas pumps.
Yeah, I mean, way above. Like if I'm pumping gas, what's protecting me from the rain?
Are you
Oh,
talking about the
canopy.
Yes, the canopy.
Uh-huh.
It's made of tension fabric. All the stores have them.
Was the station, right?
Yes.
And it still will be the station. They're just supplying Sinclair fuel.
And I think I saw somewhere, I don't know if it was a statement by the applicant or if it was just noted in here that there's something about an advertising requirement. Is that right?
Yeah, Sinclair will require that they have their image somewhere on the monument sign. So this is their iconic logo that they like to use in any situations like this.
And so that's in the contract.
I'm not sure about that.
That their name has to be on there is in the contract, but it doesn't necessarily state it's got to be here. It's got to be this type of sign. That's the one that they recommend. They call it their trapezoid. But there are variances.
Well, I guess just one of my concerns is that this monument sign doesn't have a permit, doesn't seem to have ever been approved, unless Connor has found something new.
Well, I can go back to WSKF and get the documents. I'm not going to claim that I know Kansas City like the back of my hand, but that long ago, I'm sure we would have had to have a building permit or they wouldn't have let us put one up.
Not sure that that's entirely true. People put up things all the time that they don't have permits for, and that's why they end up before us. So I don't know that we can make that assumption.
I will say I don't have documents for the original building permit to see if
Okay.
there was anything in there, but those are just documents I don't have.
Okay, so that would be the only other real place then it could potentially be is in the original building permit.
It probably wouldn't, but anything is possible, I guess.
So it seems like you can obviate the need for variances by just making it smaller and or putting the name on the monument sign and then getting the monument sign permitted and approved if it's not already.
So just to clarify, the height of the existing structure, you'll see this bit of grade change here on the bottom of the base. So the average height, I made a note here, was 98.5 inches or 8 feet 2.5 inches. So that's still 2 feet 2.5 inches taller than the maximum 6 foot that is permitted. So even the existing sign would require a variance to the height.
The actual sign's only 6 foot though, correct? Like the
So-
actual sign portion.
Yes, but the way the height is measured is from the base at grade to the top, and then the area is the advertising space.
So Connor, given it seems like this monument sign's kind of on the corner of the property, which frontage is it considered a part of?
Let's see, I would say probably 81st Street, unless Sarah has a different interpretation. I mean, it's on a corner. You could put it to either one, really.
So just let me ask you this then. If they were to use this Sinclair, this proposed Sinclair, and they were to make it a standalone on a different side of the street, would that be compliant?
Technically, yes, they have 3 street frontages: Northeast 80th Terrace, Northeast 81st Street, and North Brighton.
Would that be something the applicant would consider doing?
Yeah, we would.
Like I said, we're open to to whatever we can do. This is just what we came up with and submitted.
Because I mean, it sounds like if the applicant's willing to put this on one of the other frontages, then that does not require a variance as long as you comply with all the sizing requirements.
Right, so 6-foot height, 50 square feet area.
That if that's something you guys are willing to do, then it sounds like you don't need a variance for that.
Yeah, we would be more than willing to do it. I mean, again, I'd have to clear it with Sinclair, but they just want their name out there. So I don't think they would really care one way or the other what direction it faces. And when you say, just so you know, the sign sits like this, and this is Brighton. So I don't know what you'd call that.
Well, that's what I was asking Connor. So
Well, that's what I mean, but the sign sits like this, and this is Brighton.
right.
So for us, it sits on Brighton is the way we looked at it. But
I think it kind of sounds like city staff is willing to work with you on picking one side or the other. So if you pick a new spot for the Sinclair sign, and
well, there's two entrances too. There's one on the front side, which I guess is 81st Street. And then there's another one past the store. So it could work in either location.
okay, yes. I mean, I think that sounds like the most reasonable option, because if you just put it somewhere else, then you don't need a variance from the board for that issue. It sounds like there's no way out of a variance for the monument sign itself.
You're saying the existing one?
Yes.
Yeah, I may have to look into, well, I don't have documents for those past permits, but based on the current interpretation of height from the base to the top of the structure, yes, it would need a variance.
Connor, this is Teresa. Does it make sense to continue this to allow you to see if the original building plans allowed this monument sign before we grant a unneeded variance?
If the board would wish to do that, I can get with the permits group to see if there's some way to locate old physical files. They're probably stored away off site, if I had to guess, but I can get with them to attempt to locate those.
I'm just one board member, but I think that makes a lot of sense, because if that would also give them time to place or propose the sign in a different location, which obviates the need for the variance that they're requiring here or asking for here. And then that way we can find out if we need to consider a variance request for the existing monument sign.
I agree. August 12th would be a good time to pause that too, because July 22nd was a full load. Okay,
I have a motion.
go ahead.
Does that date work for you before we set that date?
Yeah, for me, it does.
Yeah, it works. They're starting the conversion on Monday. So the sooner the better. But whatever works, it'll have to work.
Well, it sounds like if you get with city staff in the next couple days, you'll be able to start the conversion and start your monument sign. The new one, the Sinclair one. It sounds like if you work with them and get it, make sure it's all compliant, then you can move forward with that without us. The continuation is on the existing monument sign, and whether or not that needs a permit and whether or not it needs a variance from us, because it's too tall currently.
Okay.
So that's really what we're coming back to find out, is if that's the case. Because if it's not the case, then you're good, it sounds like.
Okay.
So
Okay. So again, are we good with August 12? I mean, we've got June 24 and July 22nd, but July 22nd is already kind of heavily booked.
Mr. Ebbets, I think that both Mr. Venger and I will not be present for the latter July meeting because of other commitments. So probably August would be better.
Okay, thank you. August 12, August 12 or 24 or 26, one of the two. No, it's 26, August 12 or 26.
Did you say June was available or
No,
was not available?
well, June 24, that's 2 weeks from today. I'm not sure that gives Connor and everybody time to do all that, guys.
yeah, because you can, so like, just so we're clear, you can move forward with your Sinclair stuff so long as you comply with city staff's requirements of its size. You just have to pick one side of the street or the other. You don't have to come back to us for that. as long as you do that, then all you guys have to come back for in sometime in August potentially is an issue with the existing monument sign. If the original plans are pulled and there's a permit for it, then that question is answered. And if you guys were given a variance, or the original property owners were given a variance in order for it to be the height that it currently is, then you don't have to come back at all because you're in compliance. But if not, then you have to come back and you have to ask for a variance so that we can consider a variance for the height required, or for the height that it currently is. So I don't think, based on what you're telling us, that impacts at all the work that's going to be done in the next week or so.
Right.
Okay. So would you guys be good with the August 26th date?
Not August 12th.
I don't know if we'll be back by then.
Okay.
Okay, then I make a motion. I have a motion.
Yes, go ahead.
On docket number 15, case number 00061, I move that we continue it to August 26th in order to give city staff an opportunity to check the records.
Okay, I motion by Ms. Ventura, second by Mr. Gorens. Please call the roll.
Gorens.
Aye.
Otto.
Aye.
Hayes.
Jazz?
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you August 26th, and stay seated for the next case.
Docket item number 16 is case CD BZA 2026-62, a request to approve a variance to the maximum size of a monument sign in an M1 district, plus any additional variances on about 3 acres generally located at 10840 North Stark Avenue. Connor Tomlin is still the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicant here. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. And we don't have any hands raised online.
Right. Even though I swore you in a few minutes ago, we're going to do it on this case. Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Keith Roderick, Roderick Signs, 1621 Frederick Avenue, St. Joseph, Missouri.
I do. Alan Homebrecker, 14523 Northwest 74th Street, Parkville, Missouri, 64152.
Thank you, gentlemen. As in the previous case, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I'd like to admit to hear your case today. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Again, Connor, tell us about this particular case.
Okay, docket item 16 will be very similar to the prior CD BZA 2026-62, located at 10840 North Stark Avenue. This is an M1-5 zoning district. A variance request to the height and advertising area of a monument sign, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site in far northeast Kansas City. A look at the site here on the corner of Northeast Tottenham Drive, or Highway 291 and North Stark Avenue. This is the proposal, adding a Sinclair logo on top of the existing monument sign. The variance A is a variance of 3 feet 1 inch, the maximum height of a monument sign, to permit a height of 9 feet 1 inch on the subject site per the applicant's submittal. That is a 51.4% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The addition onto the sign would not have a detrimental impact to the neighborhood directly. However, is still non-compliant. Or of a non-compliant height. The difficulty could be obviated by placing the sign again onto a different street frontage, as there are 2 street frontages for this property. And this would allow that sign to be up to 6 feet in height and up to 50 square feet. Same thing as before. Alternatively, the branding, if that's the primary concern, again, could add to the station panel here. However, I'm sure it will be a similar statement as last time. Variance B is a variance of 17.83 square feet to the maximum area of a monument sign to permit a monument sign area of 67.83 square feet on the subject site, which is about a 35.7% change. Again, substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, as the addition onto this sign would not have a detrimental impact to the neighborhood directly. However, still, again, of a non-compliant size. Same thing as last time. The difficulty could be obviated by placing the sign onto a different street frontage to be its own monument sign, allowed up to 6 feet in height, 50 square feet in advertising space. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
So it sounds like, Connor, that for case number 6-2, can have the same exact resolution as 6-1, in that if they just put it on a different street, then it obviates the need for any variance as long as they comply with.
Correct. It would be considered its own monument sign at that point.
Cool. Is that something you guys are willing to consider for this one? Just putting it on a different street? Okay. Then
Want to continue that one?
do we want to
And-
continue it or dismiss it?
So the height of the existing monument is not an issue here. Is that right, Connor? Or it is?
The height of this one would be, well, you're saying the existing or with the addition?
No, the existing.
I don't believe so. So it is, let me pull up my staff report real quick so I can just zoom in on that a little bit better.
I didn't see anything in here about the.
So 62 inches is the height from the base to the top of the advertising space, and then 77 inches is the height of that column on the right. Would you say a variance would be needed to the height of that column by 5 inches or no?
I mean, we define height, strictly speaking, yes, but I mean, if you wanted to approve a variance while they're here, but we're not going to open a compliance case over 5 inches.
It seems to me I'm one board member, but if they're willing to put this on another location and make it compliant, that this case ought to just be denied and dismissed and let them resubmit something that's compliant and we not worry about the 5 inches.
I mean, that could be the difference with, in the amount of mulch that's, we're not
Right.
concerned.
All right.
So it sounds like as long as you guys are willing to work with city staff to place that new monument sign, then we can dismiss this one.
Right. Is that all right, Alan? I mean,
Yes,
you're
it
the
is.
owner, so
All right. I have a motion.
go ahead.
On docket number 16, case number 00062, I move we dismiss.
Miss, that's it.
Can I ask just one, I mean, it's dismissed, whatever, but
Right.
when we put this new sign up, you just want a drawing and we present it to him and that's good
Yeah.
enough?
So the recommendation would be that whatever your new design is,
Yep.
wherever you want to put it, however big you want it to be, is that you run it past Connor and he can look at it and say, yes, this is compliant with the standards. And if that yes comes from him, then you can just do it.
Okay.
Well, they would still be
Get a
required,
permit.
yeah, to
Oh,
obtain a
sorry.
permit.
From our standpoint.
No, but I just wanted to make sure the proper steps that we go through is just basically present it to
Yeah,
you.
absolutely. And I'll be in touch with you guys as
Okay.
well. So
So you still have to go through the permitting and all that.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
We're going to have a motion from Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Gorence.
And it was a motion to dismiss.
Dismiss, yes, ma'am.
Gorence.
Aye.
Otto.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll see you August on the other case,
Thank you.
August 26th.
Clean total, by the way.
Thank you very much.
The dinosaur.
Docket item number 17 is case CD BZA 2026-626, a request to approve multiple variances to the Boulevard and Parkway section of the Zoning and Development Code and any other necessary variances on about 1.47 acres generally located at the southeast corner of North Antioch Road and North Choteau Traffic Way. Larissa Shambi is the staff planner on this case, and the applicant is here in person. If there if there are any members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do have 2 hands raised online. Todd Richards, I'll promote you to panelist, and Jack Veneman, I will promote you to panelist.
They're both with the Dobbs Group.
So they're for the case, I'm
Yes.
guessing, Ms. Jensen. And
So
I'm going to swear everybody in at one time. Can you promote them? Thanks.
yes, they're so Todd Richards and Jack Veneman, if you would please turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in.
Are they there? I see
Yes.
one of them.
They're both there.
Morning, everybody.
Okay.
Jack.
All right, there's everybody. So everyone, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this?
I'm sorry, there's one other person, Dustin Dobbs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll promote to panelist.
Thank you.
Then 1 second here. I'm going to start this all over again. So we have 3 people that we're doing, right, Sarah?
Yes.
2 here and 3 online. All right, here we go, guys. Raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do. Let's start with Miss Jensen.
I do.
Name and address, please,
Tricia
Patricia.
Jensen with the Rouse Fretz White Law Firm at 801 West 47th Street.
Right.
Dan Horn, Antioch Redevelopment Partners, LLC, 470 Northwest Legacy Drive, Kansas City, Missouri, 64155. We're the current landowner.
Thank you. Todd, let's go with you next.
I do. Todd Richards, HR Green, 1391 Corporate Drive, McHenry, Illinois.
Thank you. And it was Jeff? Jack? Jack, you're next, then Justin.
I do. Jack Veneman, Sansone Group, 120 South Central Avenue, Suite 500, Clayton 63105, Clayton, Missouri.
Okay, thank you. Justin, you're next.
Dustin Dobbs. Dustin, it's all right. Dustin, I do. Dustin Dobbs, Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, 1983 Brennan Plaza, St. Louis, Missouri.
Great. Patricia, you speaking on the case?
Yes.
There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 associated with your case. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have questions and they can be admitted. I do have 4 additional exhibits.
All right, we'll admit those in a minute. Those first 9 are admitted. Let's see here. So one of that is a presentation by Ms. Chambry. Let's hear from her first and then.
All right, good afternoon again. Larissa Chambi, City Planning and Development. This is a multiple variance request for 5415 North Antioch Road. Here is the subject property location. It's just south of Gladstone. And then on the left side of the screen, you can see more of an aerial and you can see the city boundary to the north. This is within the Antioch Crossing UR plan. And then on the right side, you can see the property for the proposed building. The applicant is proposing a Dobbs Tire store, and I have their site plan for you to review in a couple slides. Before we get there, though, North Shoto Traffic Way is an established boulevard in this part of the city. So here is the site plan. You can see there is a building that faces North Antioch and north is to the left. And so they have, the building faces North Antioch Road and is providing parking for the use and will have bays that are accessed from the east and then an office space in the southwest corner. Sorry, north. I got myself all confused. Northwest corner of the building. There are 5 variances that go along with this request. Variance A is a variance of 15.6 feet to the principal building setback standard to permit 35.6 feet of a setback. This is from the boulevard, North Shoto Traffic Way. This is a 78% increase in the maximum permitted setback from that boulevard. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Antioch Crossing has multiple buildings on North Shoto Traffic Way, and those are at various distances from the boulevard. However, there are a few buildings that are compliant with these standards. Those are located further south along North Shoto Traffic Way. Can the difficulty be obviated by some feasible method? It could be obviated by a change in design, while the grade closest to North Shoto makes the placement of the building tricky. Other buildings along the southern portion of North Shoto Traffic Way have been built to compliance with the boulevard standards. So variance B is a complete deviation to the standard to permit no sidewalk or pedestrian access to a customer entrance from the public sidewalk or on-site pedestrian circulation. And that's a direct access from the public sidewalk from the boulevard. Again, it's a complete deviation. Substantial change is not anticipated to the character of this neighborhood. There are buildings throughout the UR plan that do propose sidewalks to those buildings. Again, there's a grade change along North Shoto Traffic Way. Variance analysis for number C is a complete deviation to the standard of to permit a 0-foot setback for a vehicular use area on the side of a building from the front building line. This standard requires a vehicular use area to be located on the side or rear of the building, which their parking does comply with. However, the parking needs to be located a minimum of 10 feet behind the front building line or 30 feet from the right-of-way. Oops, sorry, I'll go back very quickly. Again, this is a complete deviation. There is no substantial change to the character of the neighborhood. The current property is an existing parking lot, and the difficulty could be avoided by a change in design. There could be a sidewalk proposed, or sorry, I got the wrong variance criteria here for this one. The difficulty could be avoided by pushing that vehicular use area 10 feet back to comply with that standard from the zoning and development code. And the correct variance analysis is in your staff report on page 4. So it's a required setback of 45.6 feet. Variance analysis D is a variance request of 20% to the maximum vehicular use area frontage, and that's to allow a vehicular use area of 36 feet or 36% along the site's frontage. This boulevard standard requires only 30% of the site frontage adjacent to the boulevard to be used for vehicular use areas. The applicant is requesting 36%, so that's a 20% deviation from the standard. Again, no substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The property is an existing parking lot, and they will be developing it for their proposed use. The difficulty could be avoided by a change in design. They could rotate the building to face North Shoto Traffic Way and potentially decrease the amount of space for vehicular use areas along the boulevard. And variance analysis for variance E. This is a variance of 50% from the 60% minimum transparency requirement, resulting in 29.57% transparency on the ground level facade. This is a 50.72% deviation from the requirement of the boulevard standards. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The properties immediately east are larger commercial buildings that also do not meet this transparency requirement. And the applicant the difficulty could be avoided by a change in design. Again, the building could be rotated to increase that transparency along North Shoto Traffic Way. And then here's just a picture of that transparency that is proposed, highlighted in light blue. So they are proposing 29.75% transparency instead of the 60%. Here are some views of the property. This is from the North Antioch Road and North Shoto Traffic Way intersection looking towards the property. And you can see that grade change along the boulevard and North Antioch Road. This is a view directly to where that building is being proposed from North Antioch Road. And then a view from North Shoto Traffic Way. You can see there's the storage building that's existing there just to the left. And then here's a view from the existing parking lot, and this is looking at where that building is going to be placed based on their current designs. So with that, I can answer any questions, and I can go through variance analysis requirements again for C if you would like to go over that, since that was incorrect on the slide.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Unless fellow board members need that. Any
I
questions?
have,
Sorry. Any questions of staff? Hearing
I have a
none?
couple questions.
Yes.
First question, do you happen to know off the top of your head when the Parkway and Boulevard standards were passed through when that ordinance was passed?
It was passed in 2010, I believe, but I can double check.
And I can't remember exactly when all this redevelopment happened in this complex.
And Mr. Hayes, Dan Horn is here. He is the redeveloper of Antioch.
We started the project right around 2010 is when we had acquired the old Antioch Mall. So yeah, it's hard to believe it. About 15 years since we redeveloped everything out there. So, and obviously it's been a phased process throughout. Yeah, about 15 years.
The Boulevard and Parkway standards were adopted in 2015. They have been amended a couple of times, most recently in 2019. The standards for non-residential development have been amended a couple of times since then, and most recently it looks like in 2019.
Okay. And this was all built out. That means this was all built out prior to the Parkway and Boulevard standards, and especially the Sears portion, which was long before the redevelopment. That building was there, so that setback on the existing, I'm going to call it the Sears building, the part of the mall that wasn't torn down, and it looks like that setback is pretty large as well. Did you happen to look in to see if that was compliant as well?
I did not, since it was an existing building, I
Right.
just looked at the proposed site.
Okay. And then my other question was just about staff's opinion on the pedestrian access. I'm trying to find which variance that was. Variance B. What precisely is the proposed pedestrian access, and what would staff see as a better alternative?
So for variance B, and let me share my screen again. All right. The code requires pedestrian access shall be via direct access from the public sidewalk or on-site pedestrian system. And so what we would like to see would be from the boulevard. So an access point, if you can see my mouse, coming from North Shoto Traffic Way to the building. And then what's proposed is the pedestrian sidewalk coming in from the existing access and then looping around the east of the site and coming up around the where the bays would begin and then coming over to the front of the building along North Antioch.
So it looks like the proposed pedestrian access ties into a lot of the other existing retail, but the ordinance requires it connect out to the boulevard, which is Shoto Traffic Way. Am I understanding that?
Yes.
But Shoto Traffic Way has a hill that's like 45 degrees.
And we have, one of the recommendations was for the applicant to provide stairs, and I'll let Ms. Jensen provide reasonings as to why that wouldn't work for this development, but that is one of the suggestions that we required.
Okay.
Or proposed.
That answers my questions.
Any other questions of board members, of Larissa, of staff? All right, Ms. Jensen.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, my name is Patricia Jensen again. We do have copies of some letters of support I want to give you personally. I have copies of the PowerPoint, but I know you don't like having copies of the PowerPoint, so yes. So if I could give these to you.
Great.
And then I have the originals, and I don't know who to give those to.
So that would be Exhibit 10 as a group.
There are three letters of support. I'll explain who they're from. One is from Ellen Todd. She is with Curry. She owns the property. Do you have my PowerPoint pulled up? Immediately across from this site. Ellen is with Curry Realty. Curry originally built the Antioch Center, if you know Ray Brock and the Curry family, or the Brock family and the Todd family. Ellen is Ray Brock's daughter. Okay. So the other one is from Deb Herman. I think you know Deb Herman. She is with Northland Neighborhoods, Inc. And this is the neighborhood organization. They all speak to being very much in favor of this. The third one as well is from Dan Horn. He can give you some more information. He's the one who's done the redevelopment out there. It's been really amazing. If you know what Antioch Center looked like previous to Dan taking it under. I want to make a few remarks before we go into the PowerPoint. To me, it was really amazing that Choteau Trafficway was a boulevard. I mean, it's unusual when you look at that, how that short of a segment it is. We worked with staff multiple times. We had multiple phone calls with Larissa where we made revisions to this overall site plan to try to accommodate it. And then I just want to note, I know that flags started being used about 6 months ago. I don't know what they mean. So they're very subjective. There's no objective criteria that I know of. So we'll go on to talk about the PowerPoint.
That'll be Exhibit 11 and admitted. Thank you.
Okay. The cover slide really showed you the location of where we were talking about. As you saw from Larissa's photographs, it's on a very tall hill. There is no way to make the direct connections to these streets without having to cause a big switchback, which would look very ugly out there. I've made this argument on another site that dealt with that. And stairs don't meet the ADA Act, so we would have to be concerned about that. We've done what we can, and I'll show you where we are, where we plan the pedestrian connection to connect down to the street. And we put it in the place because we're trying to reserve an additional area that a new building could get constructed. What is very important with what's happened at Antioch Center is all these buildings that have been constructed during the past 10 years. So next slide is simply a resuscitation of the next two slides are a resuscitation of the variance requests that are in front of you. And then the third is the site plan that you've already seen. You can see where that pedestrian access comes down and that area with parking. And I get my directions mixed up down here behind the building is really meant to be able to redevelop that as with a second building that will provide services to this area. Antioch Road. The next one is the elevations along Choteau Trafficway. This, after all, is a tire center. We are trying to, we can't provide access or sight into the actual working of the tire centers, and I don't think anybody would want that to happen. We work to increase the transparency as much as is possible. Dustin, Jack, and Todd can speak to that in a minute. And then the last three slides are the letters that I've handed to you from the property owners. So I'm going to have Dan Horn give you kind of the history and why he supports the variances that are requested. And then I'll ask Todd, Jack, or Dustin to speak to it.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as mentioned previously, our firm acquired them all about 15 years ago, and we've been the stewards of the redevelopment ever since. We still own all the buildings out there. Our firm manages the property. We do the leasing, so we're still very, very heavily involved in Antioch Crossing. And I think most would agree that it's been a great project and a great public-private partnership. It's been a really good outcome for the city, for us, and for the neighborhood. I think all would agree. This site in particular, we were thrilled when Dobbs came to us with interest because when you're at Antioch right now, if you're heading northbound on Antioch Road, looking at the project, we've got all these great looking buildings as you go down Antioch, and then you get to this enormous dilapidated parking lot in front of what used to be the Sears building. And I think we'd all agree the days of Sears or other stores like that needing 600 parking spaces are well behind us. And so with Dobbs coming in and putting a really nice looking building, a lot of landscaping, things like that, to me, it's going to turn that from what I view as an eyesore on the project to really an added benefit to have another building there to kind of screen some of that parking. The reality is even if approved and when Dobbs builds that building, there's still going to be a lot of parking between the Sears building and Dobbs that's underutilized. But this will screen that and to me provide the density and more of a I guess uniform look for the project as you go down the road. So I think it's a great use for the site. It's a challenging site, I think, as Larissa and Patricia have both mentioned with the grade change. It's a huge hill there, and so it's to me it's a difficult site to view through the lens of exactly how things might be written. So yeah, we just wanted to show up today to just say we're as kind of the stewards of the project, very much so in favor of it.
Thank you, Dan. Mr. Horn.
And then Dustin or Jack, do you want to speak? I don't know which one of you wants to.
Dustin or Jack, comments?
I can speak. Really, I just wanted to, express my, want to be in the community, in the market. A little history of Dobbstown Auto Centers. We were founded in 1976 by my grandfather, who actually lived in Kansas City for a number of years in the Overland Park, Kansas side. My dad went to school in Kansas City from 5th grade through 12th grade, actually won the state championship in 1974 football at Shawnee Mission South. And he still talks about that today. Just want to be in the community. We pride ourselves on, making sure that our buildings and are up to standard in the community and support those in the community, driving tax dollars back to the city and being a good steward of the community, really. And, we've been doing this a long time. Our buildings and our reputation speak for itself. And we're looking to move into the Kansas City market. We've got a number of different projects going, and we think this is a wonderful location and something that we're really excited about and want to get your approval so that we can move forward. And that's what we're looking to do. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
And then Todd Richards is the one who's done all the plans and looked at all the alternatives. If you have questions, he can answer some of those. But otherwise, we would request that you grant the variances as requested as stated in the staff report.
So for variance A, there's no way to decrease the setback?
No, the topography of the hill eliminates that ability.
Yeah.
I mean,
and so
Tom may know that area up there because it's probably close to his house.
And then on variance B, there's no way to put a stairway in that area, or even if you did, it would not be ADA compliant.
It could not be ADA compliant, and we would not build something. It would have to be a switchback, and it wouldn't, in my opinion, it wouldn't look very good. So we've done the best we can to provide the pedestrian access. You need to keep in mind that this is a tire center. Everybody drives their vehicles up there because they need stuff done to the tire center.
Full service?
Yes.
Go ahead, Jazz.
If
Go
I
ahead.
may,
You've got the floor.
if just on the note of pedestrian access for this, it might sound silly to be concerned about pedestrian access for a tire center, but personally, when I go get my tires changed and they're working on my car, I don't want to sit around in the waiting room. Maybe walk around, go to the nearby shops. Um, that being said, when I look at this particular site, what in that use case, the pedestrian access to the nearby shopping center, whether that's the vintage stock to kill time or whatever, the Walmart down the road. The pedestrian access there looks great, even looking at the site plan. And the ordinance specifically for the variance that we're looking at is on that Shoto trafficway side. There's not a lot of stuff to walk to on the other side of Shoto. Perhaps you could get over to the Dollar General and stuff on the other side of Antioch, but I can see a real practical difficulty and hardship with that steep grade change. I go through this area all the time. I live very nearby. And when you're sitting at that intersection, you can't even tell that there's a parking lot up there. It's so steep, so high up. And I can see why it would be really difficult to tie in pedestrian access there. So those are my thoughts on the whole pedestrian access situation.
Board members, any further questions?
I have a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Ventura.
On docket number 17, case number 00026, I move that we grant variances A through E in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second? Second from Mr. Gorens.
Gorens.
Aye.
Otto.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with this project, Dan. Thanks very much,
Thank you
Patricia,
very
for
much.
coming before us.
Thank you for bringing Antioch back. Keep it up.
Yeah.
Some more.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. We'll keep it up.
Really
Thanks.
appreciate your time.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm kind of running against a time deadline. We're going to try to get as many more cases as we can in the few minutes we've got left.
Docket item number 18 is case CD BZA 2026-48, a request to approve a variance to the residential accessory structures to permit a carport in the front yard, plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district on about 0.54 acres generally located at 5218 North Randolph Road. We have an established quorum on this case because it has been heard previously, and so need to add Ms. Otto and Mr. Hayes to this quorum. Have you?
I reestablished it with Miss Otto, but I was not aware Mr. Hayes was gonna be joining us. I thought he was still on paternity leave. We have
So,
4.
Ms. Otto, have you reviewed this case?
I have.
Okay, and then the applicant is online, so I'm going to promote Brandon Kinney. Mr. Hayes, I assume that you have not.
Mr. Hayes?
Sorry,
This is-
which docket item was this again?
18.
18
I
on
don't-
North Randolph.
I don't know if
They came before us
Yeah,
May
I don't think I
27.
did.
You did? You're
Okay,
good?
then Mr.
no,
Kinney
he
would need to be willing to move forward with a panel of 4 in order to hear the case today.
I think Mr. Hayes said he did review it.
he
Oh,
did
No,
not.
he did not.
Okay,
He
sorry.
said he did not.
Okay, thank you.
We'd actually continued this from an earlier setting because of a lack of quorum. So I would prefer to have the 5-member panel to review the application. If we could continue to ensure that that happens, I would appreciate it.
June 24 is our next meeting. Does that work for you, sir?
Just double check here.
After then, you're almost into August.
The only concern I have is I do have a bench trial scheduled at 11 a.m. that day in Lafayette County, so I would not be available from about 11 to noon. But if we can avoid that time slot, then the 24th should work.
We can make that happen.
Yeah, staff says we can make that happen. So you probably be the first or second case up that day.
Very good. Very good. I would
Right.
appreciate it.
So board members, I entertain a motion on this case to continue to the June 24th hearing.
I have a motion.
Go ahead.
Docket number 18, case number 00048. I move that we continue it to June 24th.
I have a motion from Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Gorence.
Gorence,
Aye.
Otto,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That matter is continued to the 24th of June. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Just for city staff's note, Teresa or Miss Otto and I will not be here for that one, so you'll have to establish a new quorum.
Sure. Okay. We'll handle that. Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Thank you.
Docket item number 19 is case CD BZA 2026-70, a request to approve a variance to the prospect overlay standards to permit a smaller setback for a building addition, plus any other needed variances on about 0.2 acres generally located at 6005 Prospect Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner, and the applicant is here. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. And we don't have any hands raised online.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Zavon Canyon, 16411 Turnberry, Village of Loch Lord, Missouri.
Great. Thank you, sir. There are lists of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 10. Do you have any questions on those? And if you don't, do I have your permission? But first of all, do you have any questions on those exhibits?
If you don't have, no.
Please
Okay.
admit.
Okay, so though I do have your permission to admit them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And grab the microphone a little bit closer so the court reporter can hear you. Thank you. And first is a presentation by Ms. Saldari. Please tell us about it, Stephanie.
All right, we got docket item 19, CDBCA 2026-70 on 6005 Prospect Avenue. This location is zone B3-2/PCO, which is the Prospect Corridor Overlay. The applicant seeks a variance to the Prospect Overlay to allow for a street side setback greater than the allowable maximum and less transparency than required, plus any other needed variances for an attached garage addition to the existing building. The subject site is located here more south of the city. And highlighted in yellow is the subject site. It is it's an office building. This is what the building looks like. And this is the site plan. So the proposed garage will have 3 entrances from 60th Street, which complies with the overlay requirements for vehicular areas. But it will be set back 30 feet from the property line. And there will be a 0-foot setback in the back. And to clarify, the side on 60th is considered the front yard because it's the shortest side. And then the side on Prospect is the street side yard. And then for the elevation, so basically you can kind of see it here, the outline for the garage addition. It will look just like what is existing, basically. It'll match that facade. And this is the side, this is the current parking lot. And so the garage is proposed to be right behind this window as to not block the window. And then, so the Prospect Corridor Overlay is our most recent or newest overlay in the city. It was passed a little over a year ago. And this case is the first variance request since this overlay was passed. And so we got 3 variances before you today. So the first one is a variance of 20 feet to the PCO maximum street side setback of 10 feet to permit a 30-foot street side yard setback on the subject site per submitted site plan. So this is a 200% change. Change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So looking at parcel viewer, the majority of the nearby buildings are within that 0 to 10-foot setback along Prospect Avenue. The garage addition can be moved closer to the west side of the subject site to meet the setback requirements. So if it's just moved over closer to Prospect, it will meet that setback requirement. And then this area specifically is under the community node of the Prospect overlay. And so the maximum street side setback is 10 feet, so it does have to stay within a 0 to 10-foot setback. Variance request B is a variance of 10 feet to the PCO standards to permit a 0-foot interior side yard setback on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 100% change. Change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So while other nearby commercial buildings seem to have the 0-foot interior side setback, they were built prior to this overlay being passed. So if the garage addition is moved up to the west side of the site to meet the street side setback, then the building would also meet the interior side setback. So moving it would obviate 2 variances. And then the minimum interior side setback is 10 feet. And then the last variance request is a variance of 381.35 square feet or 55% to the PCO standards to permit a transparency of 23.65 square feet or 6% on the subject site. So this is a 94% change. The minimum transparency requirement is 45 square feet or 60%. And then this is we'll make another change to the character of the neighborhood. The addition's facade will match the existing building. However, it would directly contradict the PCO and set a precedent for future variances. The difficulty could be obviated by either adding more windows or just one larger window to meet the minimum transparency percentage. And then again, this is it would be this window here, which is a 66 by 52 inches. And then in the community note, so this is for the first story, it should be 60 to 90% transparency. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie.
You say you had mentioned that this would create a precedent, some of these variances. The garage is attached to the building?
Yes, it's attached.
So it's just an expansion of the building itself, and the building was grandfathered in because it existed prior to the new overlay.
Yeah, and I mean, right now the building, at least on the street side and the interior side, does meet the overlay setbacks. Even though it was built before, it still meets those setbacks.
And for the transparency issue, we're not requiring, or we're not asking businesses in the overlay to update their buildings.
No,
to
it's
comply
just
with it.
yeah, it's just for any new development.
Is it considered a new development if it's an expansion of an existing building?
The expansion is considered new. And existing buildings that don't comply with these standards are considered legal nonconforming.
Okay, well, that was my question.
No grandfathers in zoning.
Yeah, okay.
So this would have been approved, this would be okay before the overlay. Is that,
Before yeah, because it would have just been a B3. They
Right.
just had to meet the B3 standards.
When did the overlay go into effect? Sorry.
It was May 8th of last year. But this is the first variance request in the overlay. A little bit of history being made.
on any overlay?
No, just the
Yeah, just the Prospect one.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, because we did Main Street.
I see right there. I guess the applicant's going to tell us, but when did you start working on this project?
On the existing building, 3, maybe 4 years ago.
And when did you start working on this expansion in terms of like planning it?
About the same time.
And what caused the delay in building of the garage?
A little history.
Yeah.
I practiced dental medicine on that same street, perhaps 5, 6 blocks to the north. In my clinic building, we also officed our property management business. We only, however, manage our own property. And so that side was officed in my clinic building also. I sold the clinic a few months ago, which caused us to need to move the property management business out of it. While there in the clinic, we had trucks, vans, etc., parked in the clinic parking lot, and we suffered theft, vandalism, even lost a couple vehicles. And so now that we need to move, we won't even have the protection of the fence that was around the clinic building in the office building that's down the street, necessitating the need for a garage. This all took, well, I was kind of slow at it because I didn't sell the clinic until a few months ago.
But this was always the plan to put a garage here.
Yes, sir.
Why the 30-foot setback from Prospect?
Because if we don't have that, we'd lose the window, we would lose the gas meters, we would lose the HVAC exhaust outlets that are to the front part of that, that are anterior to the window.
Did it
Yeah.
show on here?
All to the prospect direction of that window.
I don't see them in the photo.
Well,
I pulled it up on
Is it because
Google.
the car's in the way?
One of the things the car blocks. The other thing is the gas thing that at this moment is being installed. It took us 7 months for the gas company to come and put the line from Prospect over to there, which they required because the building being unoccupied, the gas lines were killed.
Is that the only place that they could put the gas meter and gas line connection?
That's where they wanted it. Well, that's what they said.
And is there a reason for the size of the garage?
Well, we wanted enough room to park all of the vehicles.
Are you planning on doing anything with this extra space behind the existing building that is going to be blocked off from the street by the proposed garage?
Well, that's a good question. And the discussion between us and the garage designer has been, could we extend the garage back behind there also from 60th Street, making it wider than 45 feet, which we would desire.
I guess, is there not enough space to put the garage like behind the building completely?
We only have the ground, 50 feet? If you're referring to the space that's behind the existing building, that's much too narrow. to have a garage that would help us very much at all.
And Stephanie, if I'm looking at the overview correctly, the 60th Street that makes this a corner lot, that's more just like a utility road, really, because it's only connecting, or it's only providing an outlet for one building, it looks like.
Yeah, but it's still considered like an official street, and
Right.
yeah.
But if it, okay, yeah, okay.
Although you've given lots of testimony, we never did say why you wanted this, but you've kind of said why you did. Yeah, I think you did. I mean, I felt good about it, so.
A theft.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a big reason.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you call those catalytic converters? We've lost them. Even had vans stolen inside my clinic parking lot, which is very well fenced.
Right.
Somehow that's still what happened.
Is this proposed garage? I don't know that this includes what the garage is going to look like per se, but is completely enclosed then? Like it's a building garage?
Well, most certainly.
So it's like a house garage essentially.
I don't know what that means, but we're going to have an existing building. Yes.
Right. I mean, it would look like what you would have at home. Like you're going to have like a building with like a door that raises kind of situation.
Like a garage door.
3 doors we have planned.
Okay.
3 garage doors we have planned. Yes. On the 60th Street side.
Sir, why do you want to keep the window? Which it seems to be a part of the driving force that why you can't move this forward a little bit.
Well, not only the window, but the gas service and the exhaust for the HVAC systems is on that side also. The building on the south side has offices also that could not have a window. And the only office that has a window is the one facing Prospect. So out of all of the offices, if that one were lost, only one would have a window.
Where is the exhaust that you're talking about?
It's directly beside in front of that car.
So let me go back.
Ground level.
Like right.
Ground level, sir?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So I mean the addition per the overlay standards, it can have a maximum of a 10-foot setback. So it might not block the gas exhaust. I don't know how far deep into the building it is.
Well, it's further.
Oh.
Well, not it. The car blocks it.
If the car blocks it, it's
Yeah,
probably.
so it's right in there.
Okay.
And where generally is the gas meter going?
That shows that pipe that's stuck out there.
Or by the car.
On the by the car or by the
it's,
corner?
It's east of the car.
Like
The gas line is east of that second column.
Okay.
It's east of that.
And when you talked to the gas company, did you tell them that you were planning on building a garage there?
They most definitely knew it.
And they didn't propose any change to their plan based on your decision to build a garage there?
We didn't do very well with the gas company, if I can be honest. They asked us to put the line out there, and they suggested where the line could or should be. And I would think that their suggestion was based on how far back they wanted to or would be required to take their line. See, from Prospect, the further back would require more work for them. So they suggested we stick it out there, and we did according to where the gas line was originally inside the building. It originally was on the front.
I'm just one board member. I'm not that concerned, or I don't know that the window is enough to warrant a setback so extreme. I have some concerns about the gas line, because you can't put the gas meter. I don't think you can put the gas meter inside of your garage. And I think based on kind of what you're telling us, a 10-foot setback would make it so that it doesn't cover the exhaust, so that's not really an issue. So it's really just this gas line, I think, that's the problem. Yeah, because if you did a 10-foot instead of a 30-foot setback, the exhaust line or the exhaust for the HVAC sounds like it would be fine. But this gas line sounds like it's going to be somewhere around 25 feet from the street. Have they started working on the gas line yet?
Well, they made some promises, and the subcontractor for the gas company, in fact, was there yesterday, and they are getting their plan together. They promised that they would start digging on Thursday, tomorrow. I believe them. Miller Pipeline is the contractor that the gas company is using.
Why do you need 3 garages instead of 2?
For our vehicles, we have several. Plus, our employees would want to park in the garage.
Well, they're gonna be deep, put more than one car in each.
Oh, yes, sir.
How many? I guess that we should ask that. How many cars is it going to fit?
Perhaps not all at the same time, but our organization has five work vehicles plus the employees' vehicles.
And so,
Not all of those would be in that garage at the same time.
how many cars can it hold at one time?
Well, I haven't gotten that far. If we're 50 feet, then I don't know how you would estimate that, but that's one of the reasons why we would want a double car garage there. How do we have that? 2 doubles and 1 single?
I'm not sure. It just has, they're just labeled as garage door
Yeah,
entrance.
I think we had planned tentatively 2 doubles and 1 single.
Now, the doubles, those would be tandem. Something would be tandem. Is that right?
What do you mean tandem?
Well, tandem meaning you fit 2 cars and one behind the other. I'm trying to figure out how.
No, side by side.
Okay.
You're going to have one garage that fits 2 cars next to another garage that fits 2 cars next to a garage that only fits 1 car.
Sounds like it.
Okay. And it's all be one build.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, to be honest, we'll have more than just cars in this garage.
Well, I think we're just trying to understand the size of it. And I think your main problem is this gas line. Well,
And had he done this April of 2025, wouldn't needed any of this for the most part.
No, to my understanding, no, because it's, yeah, it would have been fine.
so it's fair to say though that you had been working on this garage plan for the last 3 or 4 years.
Oh, yes, sir.
I don't.
I have a motion.
Go ahead.
As to docket number 19, case number 00070, I move, right, that's this one? Yeah. I move to approve the variance to the prospect overlay. In that, and just the understanding that this doesn't seem to create a precedent only because of the uniqueness of the gas line location and its requirement that it be accessible.
I have a motion.
There are several variances.
There are, Teresa.
Sorry.
So are you, Mr. Ventura, are you
yeah.
granting all three of the variance requests?
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't done. So as to requests A through C in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
Okay. And so we had a motion by Ventura, second by Gorens.
Gorens. Otto.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Board members, are we doing okay for 1 or 2 more cases? Teresa, I promise you around noonish and it's already half
Yeah,
past.
if we could get done by 1, and we have 2 more cases left, right? Because 1
Yes.
got
Yes,
handled.
ma'am.
So let's try to finish the 2 cases.
I'll say number 22 will be short because, but we'll start with number 20.
Okay.
Yep.
Docket item number 20 is case CD BZA 2026-34, a request to appeal a zoning determination related to a non-conforming pole sign on about 3.95 acres, generally located at 11611 Hickman Mills Drive. Larissa Chambi is the staff planner for this case. We have an attorney representing the owner who is online. I'm promoting Jonathan Lowry to panelist. If there are any other members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. And we have no hands.
Okay, great. Sir, please raise your right hand to be sworn. I don't see you yet. Where are you?
He's
There
there.
you are. There I
Well,
see.
I'm attorney for the applicant.
I agree. So please raise your right hand. Thank you. I see it. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Jonathan Lowry, attorney in Missouri, 1819 Central Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64108.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11 that are associated with your case. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
No, just a little bit of background. I was only.
Oh, hold on. Any questions on the exhibits?
I haven't seen the exhibits, so, but I'm not going to object to them being admitted.
All right, thank you. Those, I need your permission to admit them. So yes, on admitting?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Chamby.
Okay.
All right.
Nope, not yet.
I'll go ahead.
Jonathan, hold on. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Chamby.
I'll go ahead and start. All right, as was previously mentioned, this is the applicant seeks to appeal a zoning determination related to a non-conforming pole sign on the subject property, which is at 11611 Hickman Mills Drive. This is the subject property location all the way to the south of the city. And then here is a look at the property highlighted in yellow. It's located along a commercial corridor, and there is a residential development to the east. You can see there is an image of the violation in question. So the left notice is notice that the sign is in disrepair, and then notifying the property owner that the sign needs to be repaired within 45 days. And then on the right is the notice of abandonment, which was sent out and included the order to remove the sign within 30 days of the date of the notice. Here is a Google Street View from October of 2012. You can see that there is a banner draped over the existing pole sign. And then a look at the same property, same pole sign from July of 2021. You can see that that pole sign is empty. And then here is a view from August of 2024. Again, that pole sign is empty as well. And then this is the inspector photo from March of 2026. You can see the sign has not been replaced and is still vacant. This was a photo from the inspector from a second visit. You can see the sign was fixed. However, the sign remains blank. And per our code, if the sign is blank, it is still abandoned. So just a quick summary, pole signs are no longer a permitted sign type in the Kansas City, Missouri area. 88445-15-B states that any sign that is excessively weathered or faded, has missing panels, or is otherwise in disrepair must be immediately removed or restored to a good state of repair. And a further subsection 15-6 states that on-site commercial signs will be deemed abandoned if they are blank or advertise a business activity, product, or service that is no longer operating or available on the property. The entire sign, which includes any structure which only supports the sign, must be removed within 30 days. As you can see from the pictures in the presentation and also attached to the case, the subject pole sign was in disrepair. It was then repaired, but only repaired with white panels and does not include commercial signage. And per 8857509, an appeal may only be sustained if the Board of Zoning Adjustment finds that the administrative official erred. And so with those photos and with the evidence from Google Street View as well, we do not believe that that section has been addressed.
Quick question for you.
Yes.
The first picture was taken in May of 2022. What was the first one you showed?
This one?
Yes, that one.
This is October of 2012,
Then the next one?
July of 2021.
Thank you. So from 7/21, July of 2021 till it looked pretty empty on those various photos.
Correct.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
And what is the basis of the appeal?
The appeal was submitted with the request to keep the sign. It has the applicant stated in the additional information that the sign was repaired, and so they would like to keep the
Understood.
property.
Okay. Mr. Johnston, tell us why we should overturn this appeal.
With keeping in mind that the standard is that there was an error,
Yes.
not substantively why it should be overturned.
How did the inspector err, sir?
Judge, Jonathan Lever, plaintiff, or for the appellant. So the client maintains that they didn't receive that first notice of disrepair. The only time the first notice that they had actually was the notice of abandonment, in which time they filed this appeal and only hired me a couple days ago to look at it. So as far as administratively, that would be my client's position in that they didn't get the first notice, and I don't know where it went to. I didn't see the address on the certificate of service either. And the second issue, I understand the limited basis to consider the overturning the appeal, but there is a case that we've just evicted the commercial tenant right there. By July 17th, there will be a new tenant in there with a new sign. So I understand the limited basis for considering overappealing, but there's a practical one, and my client's position is that they didn't receive that first notice.
But they don't dispute that they received the notice of abandonment.
Yeah, the notice of abandonment would be the first one that they received, and then they filed without my assistance the notice of appeal, and then brought me into it fairly late.
So is the address, sir, that we see at 7140 University Avenue, Suite 102, La Mesa, California, is that your client's address?
That would be one that they received that second notice, correct? Yeah, that would be the California address.
And from city staff, is that the address that was used for the notice? for all notices.
Okay, so the notice of abandonment was sent to LB7 Corporation, 7140 University Avenue, Suite 102. And
Kansas City.
No.
no, sorry, La Mesa, California. Sorry.
La Mesa, California.
If you'd like to swear in Brianna Baker, she could speak to how staff knows where to send notices.
Ms. Baker, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Please say I do, along with your name.
Brianna Baker, I do. Zoning inspectors send notices to the addresses listed on the tax document.
Speak more in the microphone, I'm sorry.
Zoning inspectors send their notices to the addresses listed on the tax documents for the owning agency.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
I have a question for staff. My understanding with these pole sign cases, of which we've seen a number of in my time on the board, is that this like initial notice with a request to repair is more of a courtesy, and that there's no requirement in the ordinance to send such a notice with a grace period, and that upon the notice of violation is when the determination of having to tear the sign down happens. Am I correct in my understanding on that?
Ms. Baker?
There are different requirements for pole signs in disrepair and pole signs that are abandoned. There is no grace period listed in the ordinance under 445-15 for signs in disrepair. So zoning inspectors give violators 45 days, even though it is not required by the ordinance.
And Ms. Baker, according to your testimony, that would have gone to the California address.
It would have gone to the California address if it was listed on the tax documents for the Missouri business.
Thank you.
I guess I just want to confirm, because there are a lot of numbers were thrown out there. The address that was used for the notice of removal is the same address that was used for the notice of state of disrepair.
No,
No.
those are different addresses,
Different.
but the inspector, as Ms. Baker said, reviews who is listed as the owner before they send out a notice.
Okay, how did we get the second address then?
They would have reviewed the property records before sending out the second notice. I don't know if you want to add to that.
I don't have any context for where the second address that appears to be the correct address is for the violator. However, the tax documents list the first address, 4120 30th Street, Suite 202 in San Diego, California, as the address for LB7 Corporation, for which the applicant is saying that they didn't receive.
So it sounds like that city staff used the address that was available. That was this address that they use in these situations for the first notice. And then the second notice, they followed their procedures and found a different address and sent it the second notice to that address.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I think we've been, as Jazz said, I think we've been pretty strict in our application of the sign pullage issues, because they're no longer allowed in Missouri, or in Kansas City, sorry. And it does not sound like city staff, at least to this board member, made any errors. It sounds like perhaps the applicant hadn't updated their addresses. So I have a motion. Oh,
Go ahead, Go ahead, Johnson.
Well, I was going to say, I can't directly dispute that or not, but I will say that this client has been in the same location for quite some time. I would have a question. I don't have the answer why the discrepancy between the two, because I do not believe anything had been updated. I don't know where that first address came from, but then again, I can't directly testify to it either. Since this is an administrative appeal, I guess that would be the request, that a notice didn't get somewhere it needed to be. And then we could see if we can get the sign into compliance and a little more time. But, other than that, we can get this, unless there's any other questions I could try to answer, that would be our position.
Well, I think the testimony has been that the tax documents are what was used for that first notice. And so I think that falls squarely within the applicant's responsibility to keep those tax documents up to date if that is in fact a different address.
I would agree.
I'm just one board member, but sign's been empty for 3 years or 4 years.
I have a motion.
Thank you, Miss Otto.
On docket number 20, case number 34, I move that the board deny the appeal and uphold the determination of the administrator.
I have a
Second.
motion by Miss Otto. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ventura.
Gorence,
Aye.
Otto,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Determination has been upheld. Last case.
Docket item number 22, case CD BZA 2026-77, a request to appeal a notice of violation regarding improper screening of outdoor storage on about 4.38 acres located at 9435 Holmes Road. Larissa Chomby is the staff planner for this case as well. Is anyone in our virtual or in-person audience who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
Good. Mr. Rowe?
We have no hands raised.
Thank you very much. Good morning or good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address. Mr. Rowe, you go first.
I do. John Rowe, attorney with the Rowe Law Firm, 4444 North Bellevue Avenue, Suite 208. That's Kansas City, Missouri. Thank you.
I do. Daniel Sneeders, 8961 Metcalf Avenue, apartment 595, Overland Park, Kansas, 66212.
Thank you. So you are here on an appeal to the notice violation.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, it's a request that you hear the case on its merits, but today's hearing is to see whether you'll hear the case, because as I noted when I filed the application, it was filed outside that 15-day appeal period.
Why was it filed outside the appeal period?
Well, is staff going to go first or?
I don't have a presentation. I can go over the dates of when everything was submitted, but I don't have a presentation at this time.
Sure, if you want to give us the dates real quick.
Okay. Notice of violation was issued to the property owner on March 12th of 2026. That notice contained the information that told the property owner of their right to appeal and that the appeal must be filed within 15 days. That deadline to appeal would have been March 27th of 2026. The appeal was filed on Compass KC on May 8th of 2026, which was 42 days after the decision was made.
Okay.
And I do not have any objection to the list of administrative exhibits that are in the report.
Labeled 1 to 9, those are admitted.
And I have 2 more to submit as part of our presentation.
Well, so my understanding is that this is a 2-part hearing. First, we have to decide whether or not an untimely appeal can be heard. So why was the appeal untimely?
And that's right. On the first page of the staff report, it says this is a 2-part hearing. First, the applicant advocates to the BZA why their case should be heard. And if the BZA determines that the case should be heard, despite the time limits, you continue it to a specific date, and then there'll be a full staff report and a full presentation from the applicant. So all I'm here today to do is to explain to you what we believe is a compelling reason for you deciding to hear the case out of time. And so Larissa mentioned that the date of the violation was in March of this year. I think it's important to note that this exact same notice of violation was sent to the property owner in July of last year. And then there was a determination made to not pursue enforcement, and then it was dismissed. And if you look on Compass for that previous, it says in compliance. So this very same notice was sent to Mr. Schneiders in March of this year, and the code officer, Brittany Dodge, sent an email to Mr. Schneiders the same date as the notice of violation, and said in that email, back in August 2025, management made the decision to not enforce screening of the outdoor storage at this location. That decision has now been reversed, and I'm being asked to enforce that requirement. I'm sending a new notice of violation. If you need additional time, send that email request to me. I understand that this may be confusing and frustrating with the decision change, and then invited him to call her supervisor, Ms. Baker. And Mr. Schneiders wrote back on the 18th of March. It is frustrating, and what changed? And yes, I'm hereby requesting additional time. That same day, March 18th of 26, Officer Dodge wrote back to Mr. Schneiders and said, that's a good question. There was a new complaint submitted to 311 after the previous case was closed, so I was instructed by management to proceed with the screening requirement. I wanted to reach out and give you a heads up before the notice arrived in the mail. Feel free to reach out to Ms. Baker again. I informed her that this situation is likely to create frustration, confusion. So that's when, on March 23rd, Mr. Schneiders communicated to Ms. Baker and Mr. Ventura. The reason this timeline is important is it shows that Mr. Schneiders was not, forgetting to follow guidelines or intentionally delaying, trying to understand why I got a notice and now I was in compliance, but now I'm not in compliance. What changed? Because his zoning didn't change, the city's ordinance didn't change. It just sounds like somebody changed their mind.
So did the compliance officer ever give a date for when the appeal should be filed by it? Because it sounds like from what you're saying, she offered an extension.
Yes, and if I were to go through that timeline, the last extension that was granted to May 12th, and we filed this appeal on May 8th.
Okay.
The other thing that happened during this initial 15-day time period that I think is relevant to the board, and it is, I attached it as some exhibits to the staff report that's now in evidence. During this initial 15-day time period from when the new notice came out, and that 15-day time period would have expired on March 27th, Mr. Schneiders found out that the city was also contemplating sending additional notices of alleged violations of the building code to him. So if the building code violations were upheld, then there would be no reason to screen the storage containers on the site. They'd have to be removed.
Okay, well, so it sounds like the compliance officer gave until 5/12/26.
Mr. Ventura, may I?
Yeah.
88-575-03 states that appeals of administrative decisions must be filed within 15 days of the date of the decision being appealed. Compliance officers can provide extensions of time for abatement, not for appeals.
Okay, that was where I was going with this. Is that it sounds like she gave an extension. My question was, does she have the ability to do that?
Not for filing an appeal. For abating a violation, they do.
And that's frankly why we're here, Mr. Ventura. But I do think it's relevant that at the time, Mr. Schneiders, not represented by a lawyer, is asking for more time, and he's given more time. The notices from the building code folks, which is different than the notice that came from the zoning code folks. There wasn't a coordinated, here's all your notices. It's one department saying you've got to screen these shipping containers, and somebody else is now saying you're violating the building code with these shipping containers. That's when I got involved, is when the building code notices came out, and we believe we have a meritorious defense to that. We've hired engineer who's written a report, and we have a hearing in front of the Building Code and Fire Code Board in about 2 weeks. June 23rd of this month is our hearing in front of the Building Code and Fire Code Board.
When did you become involved? The date?
It would have been late. I don't have the exact date. It would have been late April, because I filed those Building Code and Fire Code Board of Appeals on April 29th. So at the time I got involved, the initial 15-day period had already expired to appeal the zoning code violation. But when it became apparent to Mr. Schneiders that he had a defense to the building code violations, and that he had a meritorious defense to argue that the shipping containers could stay at the property, then we took a look at the screening requirement, and he has a meritorious defense to the screening requirement. So as Mr. Chairman likes to ask, Mr. Rowe, why should we grant your request? Well, to paraphrase a legal maxim, because justice shouldn't be delayed or denied. We have a meritorious defense. You couple that with, we can show what we lawyers would call excusable neglect. He's communicating with Ms. Baker. He's communicating with the code officer during this 15-day period, trying to figure out, how is it I was found to be in compliance and now I'm not in compliance when nothing changed on my property or in the zoning ordinance?
So, from the looks of the dates, it looks like the compliance officer granted extensions she was not authorized to grant. However, she granted them and you filed your appeal within
that
time that she granted.
That's correct.
Whether or not there's a meritorious defense is not, I don't think, consideration based on the code. But I'm one board member. It looks like administratively that the applicant did conform with the time allotted by the compliance officer, even if the compliance officer was not actually permitted to allow it.
I would add to that there is an absence of prejudice to the city if you were to grant our request today and schedule this matter for a hearing on its merits. This isn't a situation where there's going to be a witness that's unavailable or some evidence was lost, stolen, or destroyed in the interim there, you know, in the 42 days between when the appeal deadline occurred and when we did file the appeal. From a matter of public policy, I think public policy tries to say that we should ensure correct outcomes are reached, and that would be the result if you were to agree to accept this hearing and have a hearing on the merits. I think what I'd like to emphasize is Mr. Schneiders acted honestly here. He moved to appeal promptly after realizing what was going on here. Forgiving the delay will not cause an unfair harm to anybody. And I think this notice of violation ought to be heard on the merits. You know, when you look at Compass, it doesn't say why it was originally found to be in compliance. But my suspicion, and I have a strong suspicion, that somebody is reading the ordinance the same way I did, which is why the original notice of violation was withdrawn.
I think
I have a motion.
Go ahead, Ms. Otto.
On docket number 22, case number 77, I move that the board allow this case to go forward and relieve the filing deadline of 15 days based on the facts.
You need to continue it to a certain date, please.
I move that we continue this case to sometime in August. Which date is more open than the other?
Mr. Rowe, we've got August 12 or August 26.
Do you have a preference? Well, whichever your docket is least crowded. I don't know what you've got there, but
We're not to our deadlines, so we
Yeah,
don't have a set docket for either date yet.
okay. Well, August 12th, I guess, sooner rather than later.
All right. My motion would include continuing this case to August 12th.
Motion to continue to August 12. Do I have a second?
granted, or second.
Second from Mr. Ventura.
I think the next BZA date is August 8th. Actually not.
No, it's the
It's the
12th.
12th?
No, it's the 12th.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ms. Otto moved to continue to the 12th. Was there a second?
Yes, Mr. Ventura?
Okay. Gorence,
Aye.
Otto,
Aye.
Hayes,
Jazz?
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, I know I went about 60 minutes over today, but thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
8th is July. Done that.